Please make sure that you move in your chair on mix of chairs because then that's not there is confusion. If you are ready, I would like to order this to everyone and hope you enjoy the tournament.
We have questions. Yes. Who is pressing the clock? Person who is making the move or person one allocated?
The person who is closer to the clock.
Yeah.
Look, who is playing? Ethan. What is Ethan?
Normally it has to be the person who makes the move. But if someone is sitting in some orders, fine, doesn't matter.
Like if you pick up a piece and
Yeah.
start moving over.
Okay, we want the person. We want the person who makes the move to press the button.
I don't know. That was yours, Jack.
And just a final reminder that Manguito is 20 minutes plus 5 seconds increment per move. Good luck everyone, and please start your clocks.
Oh, the polygon.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Lana Chess Classic, but in a different form. As you can see down here, it got a little bit more crowded. I was just cracking up as we were watching that unfold. The opening where the arbiter was opening the tournament. This is the ProBiz Cup. What does this mean? This is team chess. Pro players, those that participated in the tournament, as well as Gawain Jones, as I believe also present here. The pro players are teaming up with amateurs, and together they have to play team chess. So first, the pro player makes a move, and then the amateur makes the next move. So the players are moving one by one, and it gives really exciting games, right? We already saw a few moves in already. I think some disaster may have happened already on one of the boards, but we're going to try to catch up on all of the action. We will have the audio turned on this time. This is live camera, so we won't have any delay going on. Let me double check if that is the case. Yep. And let me also pull up the YouTube chat. It was such a big mess to, let's not do that, to manage things around, as it's a little bit different now regarding the layout and the whole format. So last minute I had to change up some things, but let me turn on my YouTube chat. If I can pull it up, guys, so give me a second, please. Let me actually change up the camera because I have it way too big right now, and that will cause some... Actually, it should be fine. I think it should be fine for now. Let's hope that it fares well. Let me pull up my channel. There we go. Make sure it's muted. I haven't had classic. All right. I think we need another Christmas refocus phase. I agree. It does feel like I'm in the... Don't you guys feel like you're in the playing hall? I feel like I'm in the playing hall and I should be quiet. But I'm not. But it's so confusing. Let me see. Let me open the chat here. This is called Team Chess. So this is called Team Chess. It's a little bit different from regular chess. Let me pull this up here. And also since the game started earlier, it feels so different, right? All right, let's take a look. So once again, we see the names are a little bit messed up on chess.com, unfortunately, but the point is that the players have teamed up with amateur players. So if you can try to figure out the names of the pro players, the names of the amateurs should also be recognizable from the format that we're seeing here. But 3 rounds of rapid, 20 minutes plus 5 seconds increments. And what is really interesting in this format, everyone, is that the teams have the opportunity to ask for a timeout. And this timeout will mean that the players can talk about, you know, the move. They will go out of the playing hall and they will have maximum 2 per game of this possibility. So this will bring some excitement in the games. Exactly, strategic timeout. So this is a fun happening, guys. It's a fun side event of the London Chess Classic. So if you were missing the London Chess Classic already, we're back in an even more fun format as the games are moving in a fast pace. So let's take a look what is going on in the games. Do you already see some piece blunders by any chance? Looks like it's going pretty well so far. Whoa, we have to take a look at this game. What is going on? The game between Michael Adams, Justin Baptiste, and Julian Hodgson and Jeremy Hodgson. Something went wrong here, I think, for black. Something went wrong. So how did this game start, actually? Let me also make sure that you guys can see it on the stream. All right, seems to be good. The pairs are fixed indeed, yes. So e4, c5 is played, the Sicilian. Knight f6, knight c3, bishop g5. And here we have the knight of now. h6, so e5 was played very early. So of course that must have been captured. h6 is a very classy response to try to get that bishop out of there. But after g5, white can simply capture this, and there are all sorts of tactics on the board. So this game is already super exciting, especially because the pro players are only guiding the game for half of the time, as they are making one move, and then the next move is made by the amateur. Drama Queen, thank you so much for the huge raid of probably 156 people. Thanks so much. Hope this stream was amazing. Thanks so much for the raid. Welcome, everyone. You're just in time to catch the start of the ProBiz Cup, which is a side event of the London Chess Classic. The games have started just now. Round 1 is on, and this is a very exciting team chess format. What is team chess? Team chess is, so the pro players make their first move, and then the amateurs in the teams make the second move, and they switch the moves one by one. So we already have one position here, very complicated. And here you can see on the camera all the players. We saw that we saw this playing hall for the longest time, right? For the rest of the week. And look how crowded it has gotten all of a sudden. And we also have audio on, so in case there will be some drama happening, we will be able to hear it. Wait, what has happened? Wait, one game already ended? Wait, what? What happened? Oh, no, they didn't end. It's the timeout. The timeout has been called. I'm also getting used to this format, guys. But yeah, welcome everyone. By the way, Harry Parent, thanks so much for the 6 months resub. Thanks so much. Hello, how are you doing? How bad do you feel as amateur playing when your pro partner looks at you in disappointment after your move and takes it back on their next turn? Oh my gosh, that's imagine if they if they put the piece back. Exactly. So they have 2 opportunities in a game to do a tactical timeout. And yeah, let's take a look at their position actually. The position, this is the game. This is the game where the tactical timeout has been made from the players with the wide pieces. This is a nightmare for the GMs. Thanks so much, Frank. Thank you. How strong are the amateurs? I'm actually not so sure about that. If anyone is familiar with some of the amateurs, feel free to let us know. I believe Bodhana Sifanandan is one of the amateurs, which is really funny because she is an 8-year-old prodigy rated 1800. So anything could happen. So I'm wondering how strong her teammate is. But I do remember she was on the list of the amateurs. So is that a glass of milk I'm seeing? I believe it's a cup of coffee, but maybe you're looking elsewhere. I'm not sure. Yeah, she is 8. Yes. This is team chess. Team chess, maybe we can have a command or like a pinned message saying what team chess is. So team chess is a format where the pro players make the first move and then the amateur plays the second move and the players alternate. So yeah, I was wondering what the rating is of her teammate, right? But I believe she must be the her, right, of the team, right? White glass of coffee. It's one of those with a closed lid, right? Closed cup of coffee. But yeah, guys, let's take a look at the games. Mortazavi's I am. Oh, that's a really fun team then. We have to take a closer look at that team. So in this game, what is going on? Black's pawn structure is quite a disaster, but the pair of bishops compensated, and now also the knight is more or less trapped, but for how long? Because white can always play f4, but if you play f4, you allow bishop d4 check, and you won't be able to capture that pawn whatsoever. That bishop is very strong. But what else do you have here with the white pieces? Hard to say. I think you just have to start developing, try to activate the pieces, and really hope for the best. No, this is not FIDE rated. This is just a fun, casual tournament, as Team Chess is not considered one of the rated formats. Hey, that mate, hello! But Hannah can still beat him sometimes. She's a really strong player. She's only 8 years old, but already rated 1850 in FIDE. So Gukash's teammate is called Demis Hassabis. So, could be. Is there a prize? So, let me pull up this. There is a trophy. Other than that, I have no idea. Other than that, I have no idea. No, this is not Hand and Brain. Hand and Brain is different. Oh, let me... Ooh. Hey, Manuel. This is the ProBiz Cup, and this is round 1. We have 3 rounds today, and no more after today. It's foreigns as how we call it at home. Oh, interesting. All right, let's take a look at some of the other games. The game between Gukesh and Demis Hassabis and Hans Niemann and Gary O'Grady. It's as follows. We see a pawn on e6. It does feel like this pawn is not supposed to be there. But c6 turns out to be a big issue. What is the problem? We see the players of this board right at the front of the cam feed. I can't tell whose turn it is. Is it the pro player? Actually, I can figure this out based on the moves. So it is Gukesh's turn to figure out what to do here. It is Gukesh's turn. And he made the move bishop to f4, which is not the best move, guys. This is not the best move. Can we see this on the camera? It should happen any moment now. There you go, guys. Gukesh made the move indeed. A big miss, as knight to d4 would have protected that pawn and attacked this other pawn over here. So this was a big miss by Gukesh. Really fun to see that both the players, the pro as well as the amateurs, are capable of making mistakes here. Gukesh getting his revenge in a game that actually counts. Hey Bella, hello, welcome. The pawn has been captured now. So I'm guessing that the idea of Gukesh was to recapture the knight on e5 and simply be a pawn up this way. And by the way, for those who are just joining, 2 players have left their chairs. The reason why? The players are allowed a maximum of 2 timeouts. Wait, do you see that? Do you see the analysis? Do you see the analysis happening down here? That is amazing. We have to take a look at their game. Which game is that? I believe that is Luke McShane. If I'm not mistaken. I believe it is this game. They're just heavily analyzing the game now. Unfortunately, we cannot hear what is being said, of course, because they're very far away and they have to be more or less quiet, right? As everyone is still playing. But they're just analyzing the game properly. You see that? We even hear a phone alarm. Oh, that is because the timeout is probably over. Timeout is over. So wait a second. I think because they're playing around with the pieces. I think the arbiters interrupted that you can't do this. Oh no. Oh no, the whole board has been messed up now. The players take their seat again. And the clock is started again. What a fun format. All right, so what did we miss? Because we saw some misses, right? So in this position, apparently, Black had a huge opportunity to gain material here. The f3 pawn was simply hanging. And wait. This move was made by the pro. So Gawain Jones played knight d7? That is rather surprising. Wait, the knight went back? Wait, was that because of the analysis? But that's not, huh? Okay, maybe because of the analysis, things went wrong. I think something happened while analyzing on the live board, which caused some errors in the game. I don't believe that Gawain Jones would not take on f3. So this does mean that we're sort of confused now on which move the pro player has made their move, but that's okay. Exactly, Lost Cooper. I also trust Gawain Jones to see that f3 is hanging, so probably the board error happened. This is absolute madness. And what is even more exciting, guys? So this is rapid, right? So at the first couple of moves, the first 20 moves, things are pretty peaceful. Not much is going on. But you just have to see the disaster in the final minutes of the game that is going to happen. So we are simply waiting for that. Let's take a look back. Which game did we have? Take a look at. Whoa! I see a king ultra exposed on H3. The king is on H3. There's no way this king is safe here, right? There's no way. The king went to H3. The pawns in the center. There's not a single pawn covering this king. Well, I guess you can make an argument that these pawns are covering the king, but... Whoa. This bishop is completely misplaced here. Queen went to g4 real fast. I'm guessing that... I mean, I guess f6 would have been good to play, but at the same time, you don't want to rush so fast, right? Let me take a look once again. Let me pull up the rules if I have them on over here. These things were like super last minute decided, right? So I'm also like learning as we go. Let me just quickly take a look. All right, so... Okay, so the timeouts are 2 1-minute timeouts that are permitted per game. So the timeouts are 1 minute each. The team will need to signal the arbiter that they wish to confer, and timeouts can only be called when it's your move. Either player can call a timeout. The clocks will be stopped, and after 2 timeouts, no further consultation is permitted. The team that calls a timeout remains at the board, the other team leaves. Oh! So that's why the players were moving the pieces around, because they thought they could discuss the moves like this. But they're not allowed to move the pieces. I think it mostly has to do with the fact that it ruins the DGT, and this is such a chaotic format. I love it. I love it so much. John Curtis, thanks so much for the right part. 61 people. Thank you so much. Hope this stream is amazing. Welcome everyone. You are joining at the perfect time because we are here in the ProBiz Cup. This is a side event of the London Chess Classic, and this event is called Team Chess. This is pro players teaming up with amateurs. And what Team Chess means is not the same as Hand and Brain, because in Team Chess, you make the first move as a pro player, and then your partner, the amateur player, has to make the next move, and you alternate like that. So this causes a lot of chaos, and I'm expecting a lot of fun today. Technically, Krishna, yeah, technically. Hey, Tagbon. There we see the pair coming back in. We see a huge attack happening in a game between Mateusz Bartel together with Rajko Vujatovic and Strazirel and Andrew Smith. Grandmaster Taddy since Love and Big Axe. Ah, hello. Who are the favorites in the tournament? Hard to say. I think the team of Bodhana has a good chance. Simply because Bodhana is such a huge talent. Yeah, so basically when you call a timeout, your team stays at the board, but because in order to avoid that the teams are hearing what they are talking about, so as a team you sit down, those who called the timeout, and the other team leaves the playing hall for a minute, and then later they come back. So we see a lot of timeouts being requested now. Let's move around and see what is going on in the other games. Let's see. What is going on in this game between Nikita Vityugov, Yuri Bedny, and Jules Moussard with Natasha Reagan? Looks very passive for black, right? This bishop looks very sad. The knight is very passive. Can jump to f6, but it doesn't feel safe at all. Also, as the pro player, you need to make sure that you give your teammate easy moves, right? So they don't have a good chance of making a blunder. So you also have the task as a pro player to not only make the best moves, but also to make logical moves so that your opponent can understand the idea on the next turn. So that is a whole other skill by itself. Looks like a board where one can be smothered. True. True. Let me take a look around. We see any... Ooh, look at this board. What happened here? We were watching this game and some madness occurred here, guys. Some madness occurred here. The queen went to h5 and this is a huge attack going on in this game. And now we're here. This is completely winning for white, but can the team with the white players figure out how to win here? With only 8 minutes on the clock. So the team of Michael Adams, I believe, is all the way, not all the way to the back, but behind Team Bodhana. Hey, Dumaleroy, hello. Hey, Constantino, hello. Bishop went to c4, so white is preparing an attack, trying to capture that pawn on f7 at the right time. Maybe even preparing to play knight f5. There's so many opportunities here to try and checkmate the opponent, right? But for now, this bishop is a monster on g7, defending the pawn on h6, really important. I love the pointing fingers at the squares, I love it. This is team chess. Let me actually make a comment about this so that we can pin it for everyone that is. Team chess, where the pro player makes the first move, the biz amateur player makes the second move, and the players alternate moves. All right, I hope that is... I tried to make it concise, but it's really hard to make it concise. All right, we see bishop b3 on the board. Preventing checkmate. Very good, very nicely spotted. Yeah, right. It is just so adorable to see that happen, that the GMs are instructing the amateurs. It's amazing. And so far, the games are very tense. I mean, of course, we see the eval bar skyrocket, right? But it's not finishing off so quickly as we would expect it to be the case. It's very different. Hey, Tautla, hello. Let's check in with some of the other games. The game of Bodhana and Ali Mortazavi and Amin Tabatabai and Matt Piper is resulting in an endgame, and the white seems to be doing better here. It's really funny because black is up a pawn, But this knight is just so superior. Imagine the rook goes all the way towards that 8th rank. It will be over. I'm not so fast. I'm not so fast, but I do type blindly mostly. That I am proud of. Are they playing for money? I think there's a trophy at stake, but I'm not sure if there's money involved. It's a fun happening. Very casual. And there's just so much happening. Exactly, all for charity. Exclam CSC in the chat, everyone. For more information about chess in schools and communities, who organizes all of these events, including the London Chess Classic, and they make all of it possible. Oh, I turned on stream. Wait. Did I accidentally... So, I may have done something wrong with Stream Element screws. Oh no. I tried to move up commands to Stream Elements on YouTube, but I think something went wrong there. Let me try. Can I try it in YouTube? Yeah, it doesn't work. Oh no. Oh no. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Rook A1 first. Oops. Yeah, that's why it was not really working out. So they captured the pawn h6, and now white has a passed pawn. And that pawn is moving fast, right? I would be worried for this king. a4 is a good move, though. Trying to undermine the pawn structure on the queen side. Another timeout has been requested. The arbiters are in a field day to make sure that the players are only getting 2 timeouts per game. Wait, what is going on in this game? Amin stood up, but his teammate doesn't want to leave the board. Wait, what is going on? Why did Amin stand up? Okay, now the others have to stand up. Look at her, she's so adorable. Yeah, this is absolutely better for white. I mean, you do have to make sure that you don't lose the h-pawn, but starting with h4 is not a bad idea, right? So the players are allowed to request timeouts. What does that mean? They can discuss moves for a minute. They can discuss anything about the position, but they only have a minute time to do this. The clock will be paused. And on top of that, they only have 2 of those opportunities. So you have to use those moments wisely. And both of the players can request a timeout. Ooh. Okay, the clock is clearly wrong here because it did not go down to 0. So Ali turns out to be international master. At least that was what the chat has told us. But Anna could definitely be part of Team Pro. Oh, I think the clock has given up, maybe. Oh no. I think the clock has given up on this. All right, let's take a look at the other games. Whoa, we see a pawn on g7. Wait a second. White has lost the advantage here? Oh my goodness, what has happened in the last few moves? We saw that White was crushing the attack here. But turns out that it is not good enough, as this knight was a very big, important piece. This was a moment to take on f6, funnily enough, but after this is not looking clear anymore. And now black is the one better, because look at this king on h3. Extremely weak. Hey, Giant Fixes, no worries at all. No worries. Good luck. Clock gave up like the evaluation board. But Anna is like a prodigy. Exactly, exactly. This is absolute madness, guys. Look at that board! Look at that board! Wait, we have to check in. What is going on? Is the clock very low? Wait. What just happened? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Allowing rook e1. Allowing rook e1 with a potential promotion. Uh-oh. This game is going down badly. Uh-oh. The mistake seems to have been made by Mateusz, though. This mistake seems to have been made by Mateusz. Oops. But I wonder why it's so bad. What if you play bishop f2? What is the problem here? Oh, you lose the pawn, right? c4 is incoming. Ooh. Ooh. That is looking difficult. No more timeouts. I haven't been able to keep track of the timeouts, but every single team has 2 timeouts available, so there may still be timeouts coming up. Yeah, they swap moves every single time. Bishop c3, I'm guessing that rook e3 is a big problem. Yeah, bishop d4 was trying to prevent rook to e3. But after b takes c5, you still run into the same issue. So if rook e1 after bishop c3, you can simply capture that. So that is okay. The biggest issue is rook e3 and the king has to go up, and it should be facing checkmate soon. Or at least losing the queen somehow. Actually, queen takes h2 is also incoming. Yeah, that does not look great, right? At the front, we see Malcolm Payne, the organizer of the tournament. Yeah, you have to try for moves such as f6, but not easy to find at all. Wait, has this game ended? Has this game ended in the very back? What is going on? Doesn't seem to be the case, but I think the board is sort of broken. f6 on the board. There's so much happening, guys. There's so much happening. We see almost the whole empty board over here at the back. We see 2 players sitting down, but they're not from the same team, so... Okay, Amin is back now. No, the game seems to still be going on right now. So this is the current position in that game. Okay, all the players have taken their seats. The game is on. Exactly. Now we have a fun time and it is less stressful now. But with the move knight takes d4, everyone, this is looking like a dead draw. The pawn on c2 is hanging. Few pawns left on the board. So this should be easy to draw. Funnily enough, black has 2 pairs of double pawns. So maybe white has still some winning chances, but it is certain that black doesn't have any. There we have another timeout. Mateo seems not so happy. Did you see his face? Hans's game? Absolutely. Let's take a look because chaos is happening here as well. Material seems to be even, but as I am about to say that, I realize that white is up a pawn. Very strange position here. I love how diverse the positions have gotten. Usually when we've been watching the past week, we've been seeing so many of the same lines over and over again. But here, some of the craziest moves have been played. The players are running down to 3 and 4 minutes on the clock. This is where things get extremely exciting, guys. Poor Mateusz. So this queen is eyeing on that pawn on g7, right? So this queen has nowhere to go for now. But what else does white have? You'd have to play something like g4, I'm guessing. Another timeout requested by Team Gukesh. Another timeout has been requested and they're analyzing. See, they're pointing. Oh, don't make a move. Don't make a move. But they're trying to make the move g4 happen here. I wonder what Gukesh is saying. He's pointing towards some knight to d6 move. I saw something pointing towards d6. This is so fun to try to follow. Can you guys follow what they're saying? No, they pause the clocks. They pause the clocks. It's just that the DGT board that we have over here is just, yeah, the software is not good enough to understand and follow our program, or follow our format along. Wait a second, we have a result, everybody. We have a result. The game between Ali Mortazavi with Bodana Sivanandam and Amin Tabatabai and Matt Piper has ended in a draw. So I would say that's a fair result. I mean, okay, it looked really good for white for the longest time. They had the initiative for sure, but a draw is not a bad result at all against none other than Amin Tabatabai. So very nice draw. The players are back in their seats and we see g4 on the board. There we go. And now it is black's turn. So the first result is in the books. And now we are waiting for Hans and Gary O'Grady to make a move. Who was the one that made the move, by the way? I believe it was the amateur player. Quote unquote amateur, right? Have I been practicing? Wait. Wait, they requested a timeout and Hans thought they had to leave. That's so funny. Like, they just left. So they thought they had to leave again. That's so funny. But yeah, we have been taught by Shara Bayat how to pronounce the surname Tabatabai. So I don't know, I didn't really practice, but after that stream, the first time that I heard how to pronounce it properly, it just stayed. After the stream, it was suddenly there. And now I'm unable to lose it again. So it's great. Looking at some of the GMs slowly lose their will to live is hilarious. It's torture for GMs. Torture. Let's see what they're analyzing. I love the aggressive pointing. It's like riding a bicycle as you do in Holland. Okay, I couldn't figure out what they were talking about. I think the problem is that Hans is sharing the thoughts a bit too quickly. He's a bit too fast with his ideas. But bishop c2, and it is actually the best move in the position. So there you go. There you see how timeouts can be helpful. And there's no prize money. This is just 3 rounds of Swiss. It is just a fun tournament for charity. And there we have another timeout. How many timeouts have they taken over there? I've seen too many timeouts happening. The pawn on e2 has been captured. And this is looking good for black. Wesley unbeaten at CCT. Ooh. How would you react if you were playing such a game with chat versus, let's say, Anna Kramling with her chat? I think it would be hilarious. I think it would be hilarious. This is actually such a fun format. It's such a fun format. Wait, I think a game has ended. Another game has ended. The game of Team Mateusz, Bartel, and Shreya Zorial has ended, and Shreya Zorial has won this game together with Andrew Smith. Let's take a quick look what happened in the last few moves. f6 was played, bishop e6. Ooh, the best move in the position. The bishops were traded off, queen f7, the f7 square was covered, and this was soon game over as the king is way too exposed. White was running low on the clock. This pawn is about to promote, and that is game over. No more attacks for white. So that is unfortunate for Mateusz Bartel, but a good result for Team Shreya Zorial. Continuing the good tournament. Let's take a look at the other games, guys. It is getting so chaotic right now. Ooh, rook to c7, but there's a check still. You can still cover this. This king is super exposed, but rook d7 can still be played. There we go. It is on the board. White is trying to get something going on that 8th rank, or to try to distract the knight to play queen h4. But the computer hates it. What is the reason? I guess, I mean, of course, it's clear that black is better, right? But you have to make a few more precise moves. Do you see, look, like Shane's hand just hanging over the board? Another timeout? Another timeout for Hans, Team Hans? Wait a second. Let's go back to that game real quick. Another timeout? So they are discussing what to do with that bishop. Take, or do we move it? Hans is moving this too fast. Hans is moving too fast. I can't follow it. Wait, another game has ended. The game of Team Michael Adams, and against who did they play? Julian Hodgson. I can't pronounce that. It's too difficult with a D, G, and S. Hodgson. I think that's what I'll stick to. But this game has officially ended as the game ended in a checkmate all of a sudden. Ooh, this was a checkmate in 3, everyone, with rook to d7, rook takes, and that was going to be a checkmate very soon. So that was missed, but the game went on. This was completely winning, of course, and eventually checkmate is on the board. So that's a good result for Team Michael Adams. Hodge Sun. Got it. I will try to remember this. Alright, we have to switch to other games, guys. What has Team Hans discussed? What are they going to play here? Hans is a quick person, a poor amateur. So they have taken on c5, and f3 has been made. So I think Hans was pointing out that on the next move, you want to play the move knight to f4. Thanks, Haggai. Thanks so much. Thank you. This tournament is team chess. So what it means is that the pro players of the teams, and we see a brilliant move on the board. And what this tournament means is that the pro players make the first move, the amateur, which is the teammate of the pro players, make the second move, and then the players alternate the moves from there. So that's how this format works in team chess. Team chess. So here we go, queen to d4. Black is in the driver's seat here, but can Team Hans manage to get the most out of this? Why does it feel like the players have so much time on their clock when they only have 2 minutes? Because they can only discuss twice in a game per game. They can only discuss twice per game, and those are called the timeouts. And that's why the opponents have to stand up from the board, the opponents, so that they can't hear what is being discussed. 3 rounds. There is no delay, this is all live. Well, we have, I guess, like 10 seconds delay on the camera or something because it's different, but it's live. We see the moves before we see them actually played on camera, so, but that's okay. The time control is 20 minutes and 5 seconds increment. Rook e8. And this is preparing moves such as knight to e2. It's live. Hey, Pazig! Hello. Still 4 games going on, everyone. 4 games. Let's switch around. In this game, what is going on? Wait. This is about to become a checkmate. This king is extremely weak, and that means Team Jules Moussard is going to win this one. And they resign. There we go. Resignation is on the board. Good result for Team Jules Moussard. There we go. Nice teamwork. Here we have another game. 15 seconds left for Team Luke McShane, everyone. Queen went to e3. And this position is extremely closed. So white can take, of course, on d5, but that would help black a lot, right, with the pawn structure. So what do you do here? d4 is also a possibility if black defends that with queen d8. Hey, IB Blundering. Hello, good morning. Ooh. More spectators around the games now, as a lot of the games have finished. Let's see, there are 3 games left? 1, 2. Oh, that other game over there has already finished. They're just analyzing, it seems like. So this is how the game is looking like between Team Gukesh and Team Hans. Let's take a look. Bishop e1, bishop very passive now. So black is trying to attack, but it seems like they just missed a huge opportunity here. So here the bishop went all the way back. That was not the best move. And white was trying to attack here, but here knight e2, everyone, was a crucial move to play. This would have been completely winning, but h5 was played instead, and now knight to e2 was not played anymore. Black is trying to stick to that knight on f4, but how can black proceed otherwise without moving the knight to e2? And now it is white who is coming back with the pawn on f3 being a huge weakness. The players are getting low on the clock. 1 minute for Team Hans. With only 5 seconds increment, it is going to get very messy. I wonder if one of the... If there has been already a moment where the pro or the amateur player tried to make 2 moves in a row. That would be really funny to see. King goes back to g8. Very safe and sound. Queen goes to e5, centralizing the queen, always a good idea. Funnily enough, guys, the most mistakes have been made by the pros. Most of the mistakes have been made by the pros, as far as I can tell. Ooh, c5 indeed screws bishop. Is going to c4 and the king is in huge danger. It's really funny to see. So in Chess.com you can see, right, where the mistakes are made. And most of the mistakes are on the odd number of moves, which is the move of the pros. And we also saw that c5 was played by Gukesh. So we are certain that this is the case in this game as well. Queen to d4, that was the even number. Played by the amateur, the biz player. g5, and the king on h8 is in huge danger. It's really funny because a lot of great moves were played by the amateur players. The pawn is simply falling on h4 and black's position is falling apart. Bishop c4, alright. We're not in a rush to take that pawn on h4. The pros are the sussy imposters. Yep, turns out. Ooh, 20 seconds for both teams, everyone. 20 seconds left. All eyes are on this game now. What is happening here? With so many pieces still on the board. We're in the final stage of this game. But white is completely winning. The queen went back to f4. It was possible to play queen h6 to attack that pawn and start creating more and more threats with the h-pawn pushing forward. Will we see queen h4 back, maybe? No, I think because you have to defend the pawn, h4 will be played. 14 seconds. Oh, the time! The time is getting very low. Can Team Hans still save this somehow? Queen to e8. The queen is barely surviving of black. But the black position is completely losing. 2 seconds on the clock. Ooh. This is a thriller. The queens have been traded. The pair of bishops are dominating the board. Let's see how the conversion is of Team Gukesh. I love the slam on the clock with the queen. And now the king has come forward, grabbing that pawn on f3 soon. And resignation has occurred. Oh, they ran out of time, I think. I think they ran out of time because I see 1 second on the clock and Team Gukesh has won this game. What a roller coaster of emotions, guys. Black was doing so well. The timeouts were planned so well, but the execution of the plans was not accurate. It was not accurate. And it's really funny how the amateurs have played really well and the pro players have made basically most mistakes. So here we see move 33. This was a mistake by white. and also a mistake by black. So both pro players made mistakes. Another bad move 2 moves later. And here move 37. Both players also made mistakes. So that goes to show not only the amateurs make mistakes, but also the pro players. And now we are in this endgame, the queen endgame. What is going on here? I see a little spike at the beginning of this game. We need to check that out later on. But first, the players in this last game are down to 20 seconds. Queen to d4, check. This queen is going to pick up most of the pawns, but if you're going to pick this up without the check, queen e7 check, queen e8, and there may be a repetition. Can black somehow get out of this? King g8 and king h7 is a start, but you will lose the pawn on e6 for sure. This is getting tense, everyone. Black, of course, does not want to take a draw as they are ahead 2 pawns, but it seems to be possible for white to draw here. How can black make any progress? A3 on the board. The pawn is moving forward, but after queen takes e5, the pawn is covered. The a2 square is covered. Queen to b2 check is possible, but after a2, you will simply face all those checks, and this should end in a draw. Queen h6? Wait, what? Oh, you mean queen h6 there? Ah. King a2 on the board. The king is simply on a very safe square now, and this game should end in a draw. There is no other way for black to improve the position here. The best you can try is to get the queen to f5 and hope that your pawn is fast enough, but that also does not seem to be happening here. Exactly, focus, Faith. And here we see that the game has ended in a draw. What a roller coaster this game was as well. We saw this very moment here that, I remember this game. I was thinking what was going on here, but this was the moment that the players they had a timeout, but they were making moves back and forth. And because of that, in the analysis, we saw some weird moves being made. But it was, this was not played, of course. So this brought quite some chaos over here. But later on, this was the moment that black had the chance to come back. Well, come back to actually initiate a better position with the move h6. Because these 2 pawns were exactly the problem for black to try to win this. But after this, h5 was played instead, and it was very difficult to make any progress here. So that goes to show, guys, you need to take those timeouts in very important moments and try to schedule them accurately. Can you get timeouts in time scrambles? I think in time scrambles it can be pretty important. Hey, Newt has a flute. Hello, welcome. Yeah, so the players are on a break now, everyone. The players are on a break as there is going to be lunch now. And we see that the players are still analyzing the game, which is really exciting to see. But yeah, we are looking forward to round 2. Round 1 is in the books, everyone. To take a look at the standings, so the point scoring is as follows. If you win your game, you gain 2 points, a draw gives you 1 point, and a loss, of course, 0. So that means that Team Gukash, Team Jules Moussard, Team Shreyas Royal, and Team Michael Adams all have 2 points. And the ones with 1 point are Team Luke McShane, Team Gawain Jones, and Team Ali Mortazavi and Team Amin Tabatabai. So the rest has unfortunately 0 points. Why are they allowed to eat? This is lunchtime. All the games are over. It is lunchtime. And we will be waiting for round 2 to start, just to take a look at the schedule. So until half past of the hour, the lunch is happening and more preparation, and after that we will have round 2. So round 2 will start in approximately 20 minutes from now. I suggest that we take a short break, guys. We take a short break just so that we can take a look at things properly. And yeah, I haven't been able to work out the layout properly, but I think it actually looks pretty good, right? Everything seems to be working smoothly. They are playing with the same partners indeed, as far as I'm concerned, yeah. Because before the tournament started, guys, the Grandmaster and there was a Grandmaster and player preparation happening. So this was off camera, but they were actually preparing for the tournament just before the tournament actually started. So they probably went through openings, which ones to play, etc. So yeah, it's super exciting to see the teamwork that is going on in this tournament. And remember, everyone, this tournament is for charity. The Chess in Schools and the Communities, what you're seeing over here, is a UK-based charity and is making sure that events like this are possible. Super exciting event, super nice to see that we have a continuation of the London Chess Classic, but in a very fun and casual form. So we are going for a short break, guys. Let's get some lunch as well, because as we're watching the others eat, I'm also getting a little hungry. So we're going to take a short break, guys, but we'll be back with more action in the ProBiz Cup. And we will be back shortly as the players have lunch. And we are also going to take some rest and some food. So don't go anywhere. Make sure to stick around. I will leave this camera on so you guys can have fun watching. But we'll be right back and see you guys in a bit, if I can actually find my break screen. Let me take a look. All right, catch you soon, guys. See you in a bit. Hello everyone, and we are back with the ProBiz Cup, which is a side event of the London Chess Classic. I'm Women International Master Anna-Maja, and I'm delighted to commentate on this event as well, as we have been commentating on the London Chess Classic for the past week, and it's been so exciting. And now we are back with another tournament, which is right after the London Chess Classic, a side event where the pro players are teaming up with amateur players. And it's a super fun event. A lot of chaos is happening, and it makes it super enjoyable to watch and follow. And we're trying our best to follow along as there's so much action happening. The time control is 20 minutes and 5-second increment for every single move. So the games can go on for quite some time. But since it is team chess, it can go pretty crazy very quickly. And we saw that some of the games, the pro players were unable to understand as much what the amateur players were thinking about. Essentially, two players that have to play one game, one side of the game, and really difficult to navigate together. Because the way that it works, the pro players have to make the first move, then the amateur player makes another move, and then the pro player continues, and they alternate one by one. So that is why this event is so exciting. Two players that have probably completely different plans, and the pro player has to try and guide the amateur player as much as possible. So in the first round, we saw some really exciting games. Team Gukash beat Team Han, so that was a good revenge from Gukash in this tournament, at least, as he lost yesterday in the 1v1 game against Hans. So it was a very exciting game. Hans had good chances, but in a few moves, they lost the advantage, and Gukash had control over the board again today. So they have an extended team lunch right now. They are having some lunch. The games can start any moment from now, but we are waiting for the players to take their seats, and we have quite a really fun lineup, everyone. So one of the players is a huge talent from England. I mean, England has so many talents these days, but we have one of the players, Bodhana Sivanandan, is playing the 8-year-old talent from England. She is rated 1850 FIDE, not online, but FIDE, and she made with her teammate Ali Mortazavi, she made a draw against Aminta Batabai and Matt Piper. So that was a really good result. And we now have 2 more rounds to go. So we're heading into round 2 very soon. The playing hall is slightly different now, with more chairs around the tables. And it is way more crowded than it was in the last few days. The last few days it was full silence. We did hear a little bit of what was going on in the playing hall in the first round. It was very chaotic at the start, but it was really fun. And also with the timeouts, things get crazy, right? Because the players are allowed to take 2 timeouts. 2 timeouts, 1 minute each. And in those timeouts, you can discuss with your teammate what to do. What to do in your next 2 moves, what the plans are, the ideas, what to look out for. You can discuss anything you want in that 1 minute. And both the players can decide when to initiate the timeout. So it makes it very exciting. It makes the format even more exciting. And we saw that the players made sure to use all of the timeout opportunities they had. But when do you actually take the timeout? Do you take the timeout at the very start, in the first few moves? Do you take the timeout when you feel like there's a completely winning position? Or do you take the timeout at the end of the game in time trouble? Hard to make a good decision with that, right? Do I like to play bishop in long diagonal? Of course, that's where bishops belong, of course. Hey Fitra, hello! So here we have the players are slowly approaching the boards, not in a rush at all. And yeah, we have really exciting teams. we have the names a little bit fixed now, so we can. It's easier to, easier. We are able to. You can cut the names, right, and distinguish the two names of the teams. But who are you guys rooting for? Do you guys have any team in specific that you're rooting for? Is there any of the Biz players that you're rooting for? Let us know. During the timeout, can both teams discuss? So what happens during a timeout? So one of the teams initiate a timeout, right? So the opponents have to stand up. They have to go outside. And I believe they are able to discuss what they want in that 1 minute as well. But they would have to do it blindfolded, right? Because they're not at the board. They're not in the playing hall whatsoever. They have to go outside and then wait for the 1 minute to pass. So I believe they're able to discuss as well. But yeah, what can you discuss, right? When it's when this board is not visible, and the players that have the timeout, they can't move the pieces, but they can point towards the squares. Okay, this I want to play next, this and that and that. So yeah. Well, you would be surprised, William, to hear that it was actually the pro players that have made the most mistakes in the games. So I would not want to jump to such big conclusions just yet. I would not want to jump to such conclusions just yet, as the pro players have made a lot of mistakes as well. And that goes to show how exciting this format is, right? Yeah, it's hard to say because we did see some black victories, right? If we go back, we saw some victories with the black pieces. It's hard to say where the advantage is, because you may face an opening that you just never seen before, or since there's two players on each side that have to figure out how to get to one plan, it's not so easy to come up with the same plan. Both players are probably thinking about other plans, so it makes it really complicated, right? So we're waiting for the players to take their seats. Some of the players have already taken their seats, but the pairings are as follows. We have Team Shrezrial against Team Michael Adams. We have Team Jules Moussard against Team Gukesh. We have Gawain Jones' team against Team Ali Mortazavi with the young talent Vodana. We have Team Amin Tabatabai against Team Luke McShane. Team Hans Niemann against Team Mateusz Bartel. And Team Hodgson against Team Vitsiugov. So let's see. Let's see as the players take their seats. You want to know Gary's rating? Let's take a look. I will try to look it up for you. I'm also curious, so let's take a look. His rating is 1897, so that seems pretty fair. That seems pretty fair. Of course, the organizers try to make it as close as possible, right? But it is a fun event, guys. There's not so much at stake for the players. It's just a fun, casual happening. And this tournament is for charity. So ask them CSC in the chat for more information about this charity. But a lot of the players are pretty good at chess. They're pretty good at chess. They're not so bad. Who is Natasha Reagan? She is very well-known author. She wrote, apparently someone mentioned in the chat that she is, I think she has been the co-author of the books with Matthew Sadler. She's best known for her book, Game Changer, and she also used to participate in the Chess Olympiad for England, I believe, and she is also very experienced Go player, apparently. So she also seems to have visited Tata Steel Chess, which is absolutely amazing. So since this is ProBiz Cup. It's pro players together with the biz players, and they're essentially amateurs, but biz is an awesome name to describe them, right? And this tournament has been going on for quite some time. We saw that in the similar tournament, Magnus Carlsen used to participate in this, as well as this is a huge tradition in the London Chess Classic. Magnus used to participate in this event as well. And there we have the audio back, guys. I forgot how noisy it is in the playing hall. Let me lower that volume a little bit. It's very, very crowded. So like a full pub. It's very different from what we're used to. Oh no, we lost the audio. Natasha Reagan is also a women's international master, so yeah. I believe she doesn't play actively anymore. She plays a little bit here and there, but she lost some rating. She's now 1978. So they made sure that the amateur players are not too strong, but of course it's the grandmasters paired with amateurs. There we hear Shirabayachi is telling the players to please take their seats. The games are about to start, guys. We already see moves on the board. And there we have this time the Rosalimo on the board in the game between Team Shranzarel and Team Michael Adams. So another sort of rematch. It's so funny to see how many rematches we have from the last round, right? Hans stood up, left his teammate alone. I did not catch what is going on. Wait, they already called a timeout? Wait, they called the timeout already? Wait, and we have to take a look at that game. I believe it's not this game, sorry. I lost the games. I lost the games here. This is the game, right? I believe this is the game. They already called the timeout. I wonder why. I wonder why. Okay, so they have used one timeout, guys. That means that they can only request one more timeout. Could it have been that White said, do not play check, just defend? I don't know. I think so too. I think so, Rookie, but I'm not 100% sure. The players leave the room, so it is unclear. We're not able to see if that is the case, but I believe so. Anyways, let's take a look. We see the Caracan in the game between Team Hans and Team Mateusz Bartel. So here we see the advanced variation, knight of 3e6, bishop e2. A solid setup. And b3. b3 is not a move you want to play in such lines. First of all, you can try to capture that bishop really quickly now. But after knight f5, bishop b2, White has a really passive setup. And Black has this knight already developed. As soon as g4 will be played, knight h4 comes to mind, and Black is doing all right. So I believe you're able to call a timeout any moment. I believe so. But the first, let's say 20 moves happens very peacefully. Nothing too crazy happens as in the opening stage. It is difficult to, yeah, it's not so easy to make blunders that quickly when half of the moves are decided by a grandmaster, right? But as the clock goes lower, anything may happen. I'm looking at the playing hall and you see all of the players super focused, but you just see Hans and Amin just laid back and just chilling, just having a good time, just relaxing. But a lot of the players you see very focused, you know, the classic chess pose, the chess thinking pose. Let's see how the other games are doing. Do we see any craziness happening already? So far, really peaceful games. Here we see another very solid start. This was the English opening, but this has turned into a reverse Sicilian. And this looks a lot, when you flip the colors, it looks a lot like the Timeout setup. This is very common in Timeout. Very funny to see. Very funny to see. B4 on the board, trying to get aggressive on the queen side, as B5 seems really appealing now with this bishop with this long diagonal. What would my reaction be if the amateurs decide to bomb cloud? I mean, it would be funny, right? I would not be able to request my castling rights back, but it's fine. We'll manage. Players taking it easy in the first couple of moves. Ooh, some excitement happening in this game. This was also Caro-Kann, but a different line. This is where the pawns get captured on d5, and usually you try to play either d4 here or bishop b5 check, but here knight c3 was played, g6, and here we have a different setup. And white is taking it very aggressively, attacking that bishop, but here e6 was played because a checkmate was under attack, was happening if not for e6. So that was the only move to cover the checkmate, and now it is white's turn to proceed here. White has a really nice space advantage, but soon the bishop develops to g7, short castle will be played, and I can see how black will be will easily come back in the game. This pawn on the d file is not the greatest. As soon as a pawn moves forward, it becomes a huge weakness, so I really like black's position in this game. Thanks, Stephen, that's kind. They called another timeout? What? Oh, this is this exact game. They called another timeout? That is their last timeout already. After this, they can't ask for another timeout. What is going on? They're already out of timeout. This is the last timeout they have in their game. Well, I guess we have that out of the way, but the problem is, it reminds me of spell chess. Remember how in spell chess, if you use a spell, your opponent can counter spell. When you take a timeout here, you have to realize that your opponent also has the possibility of taking a timeout after that at some point, right? And it can work against you a lot if you're the one first initiating the timeout, because then they can counter timeout you and you may have a disadvantage this way. So I'm really curious to see how this will work out for the players. So this is Team Chess, MK Chess. Or Team Chess is a format that is happening in this tournament, a very special, fun, casual event. But Team Chess works as follows. The pro players, the grandmasters, they are making the first move. They're making the first move in the games. Then the next move is made by the amateur player, or so-called biz player. So after that, the players alternate. So the odd moves, the odd numbered moves are made by the pro player. The even numbered moves are made by the amateur player. So that way they alternate. And then we have this additional feature in the game, which is called timeouts. So the players can request a timeout. That means that in 1 minute, they can discuss anything they want. They can talk about the weather, they can talk about how nice the DGT boards are, or they can talk about the chessboard, the chess position, and they can discuss any of the moves they want. But they only have 1 minute, so they have to use the time wisely. And on top of that, you can only call a timeout twice during a game. So the arbiters keep track to see how many timeouts the players have taken, so that there's only a maximum of 2 use. So, yeah. Vidrara, it's not in my power. They know I want to be a commentator, but they don't have I'm always a replacement, basically, so that's why. I have been for a while the replacement, but that's okay. That is completely fine. It's okay. It's all good. I know that there's lots of people joining in and confused what is happening, because I was also this morning thinking, what is Team Chess exactly? Because it's not hand and brain, but is it just alternating moves? And here we see that Michael Adams' team has taken a timeout. Let's take a look at their game to see what the position is that they need to spend time on. Okay, so Black seems to be in trouble. So this may be the reason why, because Rook takes e5 is a big threat. What do you do about this? So I'm curious to see what Michael Adams will come up with here. Do the players take these final games seriously? I mean, it's just a fun happening, right? It would be saying it would be a similar question to ask, do you take your online game seriously? You just play for fun, right? You don't play to win prizes or anything, you just have fun. Oh, I appreciate it, Fitzgerald, thank you. Fun in my chess? What is fun in chess? It's all good. I mean, it's just a fun time. So, especially these players who are super passionate about the game, they just generally enjoy playing chess in every shape of way. So after games, what happens oftentimes is that you see them still play Blitz over the board just for fun, nothing at stake, but they just play it because they enjoy the game so much. And what is really fun about this format is how you have 2 players competing on one side, and you have to try to come to some sort of mental agreement here. Like, the pro players need to make such moves that they sort of guide their player, their teammate, to follow up on the plans, so that they don't have to complicate things as much. They shouldn't try to do that, as it might work against them, right? So you see the timeouts happening. Timeouts. Wait, what is going on? Wait. In the game of Shuma's time, we have to take a look. We have to take a look what is going on. Okay, so maybe there was something missed here. I have a feeling that Natasha wanted to take here, which was dropping the knight. That is what I'm sensing, that she suggested to take the pawn. But basically, there is a possibility for the players to request a timeout. Twice per game, they can decide to take a timeout, and they have 1 minute to discuss anything they want, to come up with a plan, to decide on the next few moves. And they can only do that twice per game. So that is why you see the players talk during the game, but the opponents have to stand up, get out of the playing hall, and after a minute they come back. So that is why we see a lot of chaos happening over here, a lot of players moving around. B3 is on the board. So this is a slightly different from Hand and Brain. Hand and Brain is where one of the players says the piece to move and the other player has to make the move with the piece. Here you alternate between moves. So here the first player is, the pro player starts with the first move, then the second move is made by the amateur, and then the next move is done by the pro player. And you alternate this way. Nice to see a more human side to this place. Absolutely. This format is so exciting because there's not a lot at stake. This is simply for charity. The players are playing for charity, and it's just a fun, casual event. And here we see another timeout taken. So many timeouts are taken around this time. It's super exciting. I've had very mixed reactions about whether I should play in the World African Blitz or whether I should commentate, but I hope to make an announcement soon on this, guys, whether I am playing or commentating. Woo! They relax with some chess. Yeah, this is a really good way to unwind from all the stress that was happening in the past week. Did the business people get to choose their partners? Ooh, good question. Not sure how the selection has been made, to be honest. Not sure, but I don't think there was any sort of choosing. I think people were just matched together. I don't know. How's the money raised through this charity? Let me manually share this to the YouTube chat because we have a command in Twitch. Wait, where did my command go? Oh, we disabled it on Moonbot. Can one of the mods enable the command back? Actually, do I still have stream elements on? Oh no. Ollie, can you enable it in stream elements? I just disabled it, but you can just toggle it on again. That is so inconvenient. I messed up last night. I messed up. But I'll share it in the chat in a moment. I'll share the command in the chat in a moment when we have the command sorted out again. I am sorry for the inconvenience, guys. This is 3 rounds, so we already have 1 round in the books. If you want to take a look at the games, you can check those on Chance.com events or your platform of choice and look for the ProBiz Cup. Here we have another request for the timeout, and also we have, after this round, another round happening, but only 3 rounds today. And that is the end. That would be the end of the whole London Chess Classic event. Rarely used in chess context. Oh no. Knight takes d5 on the board, allowing c takes c5. So white has so much space in the center right now, but so does black, right? There are 6 pawns. 6 pawns on the 5th rank, guys. Can we please get g5 and h5 happen as well? Or like this. I have never seen such a big wall of pawns, guys. This is incredible. This is simply incredible. Musa is playing in Spain tomorrow. It's interesting because Andrei Volokitin has basically gotten rest today. He was a substitute of this event, but Jules Moussard is simply playing. Thanks, Patty. I appreciate it. Thank you. Let me take a look at the other games. Whoa, what is happening in this game? The game between Team Hans and Team Mateusz is spicing up quite a bit. It was a Caracan that seemed very peaceful for the beginning, but Bishop takes, C5, Rook takes, Knight C5, and suddenly things are spicing up over here. So Rook E8, the Knight is under attack, but is defended very well. But this is looking very funny. The games are so crazy in this tournament because I've seen so many pawns pushed forward all the way, and it's really noticeable how different the games are, right? It's really noticeable how different the games are from what we're used to. See a lot of moves being made in the game between Team Shreyas and Team Michael. Over here. Some trades have occurred. Queen takes c5 helped White to play Bishop to e3, but here Knight to d5 was a slight missed opportunity. Bishop to d4 attacking that knight would have been very good for White. With a lot of attack on the diagonal and not clear how to navigate the knights over here. It's not looking great. William, I would appreciate if you have anything else to say than those insinuations. I would appreciate it. Because I have zero tolerance for such comments. And you're not funny. Let me do this real quick. Okay, I put the CSC command back. Oh no, I made a mistake. Okay. Alright. To talk about the charity in question, everyone. Oh, it's YouTube only allows 200 characters. Let me delete something. Let me delete this. Oh man, I'm running out of... This is so hard. You're in my stream elements, Ollie. Yes, please, Ollie. That would be awesome. That would be awesome because I'm struggling a lot to narrow it down to 200 characters. Alright, we see a few more moves in this game, guys. Knight to d5, knight takes, a6, queen f5, and rook to d1. So White is enjoying a really nice advantage here, as the pair of bishops are significantly better. This knight on e5 seems a little lost, unable to make progress, and difficult to see how Black can proceed here. Of course, you can try to take control of the d file, but this bishop is coming to d4 and looking very dangerous. Hey, Jid, welcome, welcome. I believe it's not so difficult, Krishna. I believe it's not so difficult. Let's take a look. Where is the action happening, guys? There's so much going on, right? Let's take a look at the game between Team Hodgson and Team Vitiyugov. Something happened here, something very suspicious. A6 on the board. This was the opportunity for black to play moves such as h4 and start attacking on the king side. And here h4 was again very interesting. And there we go. A lot of activity for black now. And ooh, c takes d4. Very nice find. Because now, after e takes d4, it is looking very dangerous for white as this king is getting more and more exposed. What happens after e takes d4? And it is looking like the square f3 is where the action is going to be determined. Knight to g5, threatening bishop takes e5, knight f3 check. This king is looking uncomfortable. Queen e6 is also next, threatening queen takes h3, sorry. So e takes e4 on the board. Can Team Vitiyugov strike here? Thank you, Ali. Oh, thanks, Ollie. So, regarding the charity in question, Chess in Schools and Communities organizes events such as the London Chess Classic, the ProBiz Cup, and more. They are making sure that chess is happening in schools in the UK. They are working, I believe, with over 300 schools in the UK. So they are making sure that chess is going on and happening in the UK. And you can find more information about the charity in question using the link in the chat. And thanks to them, events like this are possible. So that's absolutely amazing. This would work great on online doubles. Exactly. That is very true. So here it is. The turn of the move of the amateur. Knight to g5 found by Yuri Benny. Very well found. Was this actually the moment they took a timeout? I'm not sure. But knight to g5, very well found. I don't think so, Screws. Oh, hey, Akbar. We played yesterday's tournament? That's so fun. I struggled a lot in yesterday's tournament. I faced Bortnik twice. I felt really bullied. That tournament was difficult, but I hope you enjoyed it. Queen to b1, very passive move. Now it's Nikita's turn to find the winning move. It's crazy that this position is -8. I would not guess it to be -8 at all. Bishop c1 attacking the knight. Knight went to f3 now because the knight is under attack. So knight takes f3 will most likely follow. But this king is not going to survive the war. No worries, Source Speed. So the pros players start the first move. So that's why the odd numbered moves are the pro players. Made by pro players, and the even numbers are done by the amateurs. And we've actually seen a lot of mistakes made by the pros as well, which makes it so exciting, right? Screws. I was so close. Hey, Screws, I did stall his games as much as I could, alright? I did try my best to stall them, but I got flagged. But it's okay. What does amateurs mean? Amateurs, hard to give a clear description because amateurs can mean so many different things, right? Sometimes amateurs are considered beginners, but these players over here are not beginners. Yeah, basically not pro players. So most of the players that are from Team Biz, the Biz players, they are the so-called amateurs. They are more or less around 1900 over here. And they are 1900 rated in FIDE. 125 PH, welcome to the ProBiz Cup. This is Team Chess. It's so funny how I have to repeat myself all over and over again, but I really enjoy explaining this to you guys, so if you have any questions, feel free to ask. I'll try to explain it as much as I can, but this is Team Chess, so the players alternate between the moves, starting with the pro player making the move. So more information can be found on the website about this, but for now, we are in round 2. Round 3 is happening today as well, and that is it regarding the tournament. So we only have 3 rounds, but very exciting 3 rounds. And here we saw the amazing move Rook E2 being played. So after knight takes E2, F takes E2, and you lose material here with white. So that's why Rook E2 very well spotted by Nikita Fityugov. D5 is on the board. How does black proceed here? Difficult to see the clear continuation. The rook is in a nice spot, but it needs support. Perhaps queen c5 to threaten rook takes f2. H takes g3 is also possible because the king has to recapture. The pawn is pinned. I think Natasha Regan does not... I mean, I don't think she makes a living of playing chess. She hasn't played chess professionally in a long time, so... yeah. The players are 1900 rated. Natasha's also 1900 rated as of now, so that's how it works in this tournament. So the players have the opportunity to call for a timeout. A 1-minute timeout that can be requested twice during a game. So they can request a timeout, the opponents have to leave the playing hall, and then the players get to spend some time on, well, a minute to discuss anything they want. They can be talking about the weather, they can be talking about food, they can be talking about anything, they can be talking about the stream. But they are most likely talking about the ideas and plans in the game and try to make sure that in the next few moves they have something ready. So this can happen twice in a game. And that's why you will see the players talking quite a lot during the games, right? So here we see indeed h6, g3 on the board, g5 simply capturing this knight. And this seems to be game over already. Let's switch to another game, guys, because the action is going on other boards as well. Let's take a look at the game of Hans, Team Hans versus Team Mateusz. We see that this pawn d3 survived all the chaos. And apparently knight to e5 was a big miss, as it was really necessary now to capture this pawn. Really difficult to say what the reasoning is behind taking that pawn, as after knight takes d3 it simply looks like you lost a piece, right? But queen to e6 check, and you are able to play queen h3. Really crazy, because after king moves you can take on d3, you can first take on f6 if that's what you desire, but rook takes d3 and white was completely fine. But now knight to e5, trying to attack that pawn one more time, but now black can simply capture this knight off the board. Bishop takes e5, queen takes e5, would be attacking the pawn on g7, but you can simply defend it with rook c7. Buckhouse is a way more chaotic version. And doesn't feel too serious, because in Buckhouse it oftentimes depends on the clock. People are stalling, people are waiting, and it's essentially the fastest players are the ones that win the game most of the times. Of course, need to be tricky in Buckhouse, but it sort of defeats the purpose of this whole tournament. It's supposed to be fun happening, and it's not really fun when it's all about the clock at some point. And also we see that some of the players are not super experienced. I mean, they may have played a lot of chess in their lives, but they don't play chess actively. So I don't think a lot of the players would enjoy playing Buckhouse here. So this is the way that it can be fun for everyone involved. So let's take a look. at the other games. We haven't taken a look at the game of the... we have taken a look, but it's been a while. Let's see what is happening in the game between Jules Moussard and, well, the team of Jules Moussard and Gukash. Let's take a look. Queen to d3. Queen is on d3, defending the bishop on e4. A pawn was captured just now on a5, so white is enjoying 2 pawns up, but unable to actually make use of the 2 pawns. This pawn is really far away from promoting, and it's really easy for black to hold here, as the pawn on d6 does a fantastic job stopping the 2 pawns of white in the center. White's king side position looks quite a disaster, but for now difficult to punish here, as white is defending really well. But the pieces do feel a little bit scattered. But with 4 minutes on the clock for Team Gukash, it is not looking good for them. Can they somehow come back from this? Trading would allow the knight to maneuver to f5. And here we see another timeout requested. Three minutes. Oh no. Oh wait, they initiated a timeout, so that's why the clock has stopped, but not on our screen. But we're waiting for them to decide on a move. They are spending some time on trying to figure out the ideas, but they requested a timeout. This is team chess. This is team chess. Let me quickly take a look at other games. Oh, we already have one result, everybody. We have one result. The game between Team Hodgson and Team Vitiugov has ended in a checkmate. Black pieces have won, and as expected, it was too overwhelming, this attack, and really well executed by Team Vitiugov. Very convincingly won. And this was very exciting to follow. So let's take a look at the other games. Here we have Team Hans versus Team Mateusz. Let's take a look. We see that Team Hans has taken a timeout, so they are... I believe we see one of the players on the screen, and here we have another timeout. Oh, this is the moment. This is the moment that the teams are taking timeouts. Wait, what is going on in that game? What is going on in that game? The arbiter has to interfere. As something is going on in the game between... No, not this one. I'm looking for the game. This one. Not sure what happened there, but something happened. The room is getting very chaotic right now. Do we have a pinned message in the chat, Ollie? Maybe we can have a pinned message about the format, like explaining team chess. I don't know how to explain it in a concise way, because there's timeouts. There is, you know, time control also. Quite a good answer. A good answer to some of the questions, right? Okay, yeah, let's do a pinned message, please. That would be really awesome. Rook e1 on the board. Ooh, a mistake by the white side. And this may mean that Team Gukash may come back here, as... this rook does not belong here. There are simply no entry points in black's position. Of course, you can try queen e6, but the queen comes to c5. Going for queen f2. Rook e8. What a move, guys, because after queen takes, there's queen f2 check, king h1, and this is checkmate. So white cannot take that rook, which is why this move is a brilliant move. Really nice find by Team Gukash. Gukash was the one that played this move. And now it is on Natasha Regan to not take that rook, because otherwise checkmate in 2 would be allowed. Maximum format for more information about this tournament, everyone. There you can see all the participants who are competing here. And we don't have a delay indeed. We have maybe a few seconds delay on the camera feed, but that is okay. We see the moves earlier than we see them on screen. Beginners that are better than Ollie. Oh god. The timeout has been called, everyone! The timeout has been called in this game. What a moment to take the timeout. Amazing job. This is such a good moment to take a timeout, as lots of threats in a position, and now you can make sure to tell your partner, tell your teammate, do not blunder this. Do not blunder this. Life plus 15, because we don't have a 15-minute delay anymore. Gukash is sitting outside of the playing hall. So Gukash is supposed to be sitting right there, in front of Jules Moussard and Natasha Regan, but they were kicked out of the game as the opponents requested a timeout. No, we're actually live. We're actually live. There is no delay happening, guys. There's no delay. There is no delay whatsoever. It's live now. A timeout has been requested. They stopped the clock and everyone is like, okay, now what? Queen f3 on the board, avoiding the capture of the rook. And now it's game on in this game. We see Gukash return. He's taking a seed. And the game continues. We see an exciting endgame. One more pawn left extra for Team Moussard. But is it enough? Because black has so much compensation here. Queen is super active, the knight on a beautiful square. This bishop is fantastic, can soon jump to d4. The main event is indeed done, won by none other than Michael Adams. Turns out he is 52 years old, everyone, and Michael Adams at that age winning the London Chess Classic is simply outstanding performance. So once again, congratulations to him. He absolutely deserved it after such a amazing performance that he has shown to us the past week. So it was super exciting to follow the games. Queen to f1, knight to f3. It is getting very cozy on the king side, a bit too cozy. Ooh. Once you see the tablecloth moving a lot, you know that the pressure is on, everyone. The pressure is on. You can find all the information of the London Chess Classic on the londonchessclassic.com website, everyone. And the blunder has been made. Oh my goodness. Bishop to b4 is a huge mistake. What is the reason why this move is so terrible? Very difficult to say. But it looks like after knight f5, bishop d4 can be played. And this king is in huge trouble. This king is in huge trouble. And will Demis Hassabis find the correct move? Well, the pawn is under attack now. So knight f5 makes actually quite a lot of sense. And now it will be on Gukash to find the right move after knight f5. This was made by the amateur. Look at Jules' face. Oh no, he's like, what to do now? They have 7 minutes on the clock, but that cannot help the position they are in right now. Kukash taking the lead here. Will he be able to find the right move? Yeah, the past few years, the definition of amateur has changed a lot, right? Because I also know, for example, that in Tata Steel Chess, you have of course, the top players playing, and you have the amateur section. And in the amateur section, you have so many title players, so many international masters playing because they want to have a chance to get into the master section or challenger section. So they try to win the amateur section. So over the years, the definition of amateur has changed a little bit because, you know, it made a lot of sense to call the amateur section the amateur section in Tata Steel Chess because those were not the ones playing at the top groups. But now, because so many people have joined chess, have started playing chess, it's gotten so different. And now it would be much more logical to call amateurs those are like just starting out playing chess for a few days, few months. But yeah, there's different definitions of amateur for sure. Queen e1 and queen f3 played, getting the queen out of there, but it's still hanging around that king. And now it is difficult for white to defend here as bishop d4 is still incoming with bishop f2, and that queen doesn't have many squares left. Oh, that was a mistake by me. That was an accidental move. But things are heating up now. Let's switch around the boards real quick, guys. We've seen the game between Team Shreyas Royale and Team Michael Adams that we may see a queen promotion very soon, and that would mean that white is ahead in exchange after d8 queen, rook takes and rook takes. So that should be completely winning for this side. To go back a little bit, what we just missed here, d6 was played, rook f e8, and this allowed the move queen to b3, and suddenly that knight is completely out of the game, completely trapped, unable to survive. And now that pawn on d7 is superior and allows white to enjoy an extra exchange. A lot of excitement happening now as the clocks are getting lower, guys. We only have one result so far. This game between Team Gawain Jones and Team Ali Mortazavi. White is doing fantastic. Up a piece here. King is extremely unsafe. This is resignable very soon now. And ooh, we actually missed how this happened. After g5, bishop takes g5 happened. Because after queen takes g5, the issue here is that after knight takes e6, you can't take back because of back rank issues. If bishop f8, you just take that knight off the board, and the position of black is simply collapsing here. So bishop takes g5 was played. After bishop h6, bishop g7, knight takes e6. And indeed, queen takes d5, another brilliant move. 3 brilliant moves made by this team. And not all of them were made by pro players, so that was really well found. After queen takes e5, this is forced checkmate. No way for black to defend here, and this is unstoppable checkmate. So that's why queen went to e8, and this is simply game over as white is ahead a piece. King is still unsafe, and there's simply no counterplay here for black. Really well played by Team Gawain Jones. Let's take a look at the other games. We have the match between Team Amin Tabatabai and Team Luke McShane. We see white doing significantly better as they are up in exchange. And they also have an extra pawn, which means that maybe at some point they will trade one of the rooks off for a bishop. That would still be winning. But for now, a lot of maneuvering will be done to make sure to secure the full point, because a pair of bishops can be pretty annoying to deal with, right? Why did it seem like the pawn went from c5 to f5? It seemed that way on that board, so I'm not sure how that happened. But let's see. Let's quickly move around in the games, everyone. The game between Team Hans Niemann and Team Mateusz Bartel seems to have had quite a few swings, and Black actually managed to give the advantage away. Both of the players in Team Mateusz Bartel managed to lose their advantage here. It was crucial to play rook to c6. The difference probably has to do with the fact that the pawn on b4 is a big target now, and now rook b4. If the pawn was on b7, the pawn would not have much issues, but now Black is more or less stuck, cannot make any progress, because as soon as 93 will happen, you just capture that pawn and you can easily defend this with white. Huge mistake by Team Mateusz Bartel. Let's move around quickly, guys. It's getting very crazy over here. Rook to e6, not to e7, funnily enough. But rook e6, of course, does a lot of damage as the pawn on g6 is hanging. If you defend that, rook e7, and that bishop is going to disappear soon. The knight is dominated by the bishop as well as the rook covering the d-file. So this is also resignable. Indeed, there we go. Resignation happened over here. Team Strellas Royale winning another game. They have good chemistry over here, and I just want to take a look what the rating is of Strellas' teammate. What is the rating of Andrew Philip? 2055. Let's take a look. In his prime, turns out that he was 2200 in his prime. So he dropped quite a bit, but currently 2055 rated. They seem to be doing well together. And let's switch to other games, as in this game, wait a second, Black spoiled the advantage completely. Here, Black was completely winning, but instead of playing bishop d4, involving the bishop in the attack, Black went for capturing this pawn, and now White is completely back in the game. This game looks very even, and that may have spoiled it for Black. The d pawn is moving forward, but so is that pawn on a7. Queen b7, d2. Can any of the players still find some ways to complicate things further? Doesn't seem to be the case. Difficult to say what to do now. If queen d4, you allow the pawn to move forward. You really need to support the pawn to make progress. Queen b7 indeed on the board. You need to promote that pawn as soon as possible, because the other pawn is also incoming, right? So we will probably see a trade happening over here, or we may see 4 queens on the board. Ooh. That may also be pretty funny to see, but I'm not expecting that to be the case. Yeah, there we go. The queen has been captured, and another queen will be made very soon. Hey, Big Dude, thanks so much. Thank you. Another game has finished, everyone. The game between Team Gawain Jones and Team Ali Mortazavi has finished, and White has officially won here. Great game by both teams, but especially Team Gawain Jones, who found 3 brilliant moves, and not all of them were made by the pro players. Actually, Gawain's teammate, the amateur, found the amazing move queen takes d5. May have been also a timeout, but not sure about that. Of course, we did not see that 100% for sure, but very nice find regardless. Queen takes c5, amazing move. Let's take a look at the other games, guys. So here we see one of the bishop pairs has been traded in the game between Team Amin Tabatabai and Team Luke McShane. So here we see the rook on f6, having a good time. And now white needs to try and make progress somehow. Are you going to play d4? Somehow white needs to take that bishop off the board or start attacking the pawn on e5. Maybe f4 is actually really appealing here. f4, getting rid of that pawn to make sure your d pawn can move forward. A serve amateur. And also the game between Jules Moussard, the team Jules Moussard and team Gukash is still going on, but they seem to have agreed to a draw. I think this game ended in a draw. We do not see the result yet on the board, but I have a big feeling they agreed to a draw here, as not much is happening here. Indeed, draw on the board. 2 more games left, everyone. 2 more games, and indeed f4 was played. The d pawn is moving forward, and this is over for Team Luke McShane. How about this rook endgame, guys? Ooh, wait a second. Black may just have spoiled a winning chance. Wait, this was not captured. Rook takes e1 was not played? Oh, wait, what? Oh my goodness. Not captured. I guess it's still completely... What? Rook e7, not so sure. Not sure what is going on in this endgame. It is a very complex endgame, right? So not that clear. But the king is pretty close. So just to illustrate, rook e7, c3. You have the time to get closer, as after c2 you can just play rook c7, rook takes, and king d2, and this should be draws. But difficult to calculate with so little time on the clock. And now with the rook on e8 is not enough. The king is simply moving forward. The king on e2 is caught off by this rook. The king will soon move forward, and that should be over. During the timeout, the players that requested a timeout are simply analyzing. Well, they're not able to move the pieces, but they look at the board and they can point towards, okay, so if they were to do this, we're going to do this, and you have to look at this. You can discuss anything you want, but the opponents have to leave the room. So, not sure what the players can do when they are outside of the room. It's just to make sure that they don't hear the conversations, of course. But I believe that they are, I think they're allowed to at least share something, some thoughts. Wait a second! Did black just blunder? Allowing the king to step in front of the pawn. Is this still winning for black? Uh-oh. Now that the pawns are still hanging on the g-file. What is going on? Huge time scramble in this game. The pawns can be captured as soon as the king tries to capture the pawns of white. What is going on? Wait. King to e4? It is the only game in progress now. Wait. Is this... Rook takes e2, huge mistake by white, because this means that the black king is going to pick up the pawns. This is a one endgame, a winning pawn endgame. Oh my goodness. Team Hans has messed up the one opportunity to try to win this game, to try to draw this game. King e3, but this is a winning endgame. King to g4. And now Mateusz can help his teammate to figure out the win here. G5 is now winning, as the one pass pawn will be created after f takes g5. This is a winning pawn endgame. After f5, you can simply start moving the pawn forward. I believe the amateur took the rook on d2. A heartbreaking decision. And this is a winning pawn endgame. Let's see if the players manage to find the best moves. Always important to take opposition in the pawn endgames. And now king f3, really important to play this move. There we go. And this is completely winning. Let's see how the conversion will be made. King to h1, always a good idea to step into the corner to hope that king f2 and pawn to g3 will be made. But for now, it seems like it is simply a red carpet for the pawn on g7. g6. Taking it easy. g5 was possible to play, though. I believe Matteo shook his head. King to g3. Okay, now we have g4, but g4, king h1, don't play g3. There's seconds on the clock as well. They have to make sure to not stalemate. Oh no. They're not making a move. Mateo's just probably scared for the potential stalemate. King f3 on the board, king to g3, alright. The timeout is indeed very useful now. And they found the way, because now black can easily move the pawn forward. And g2, and this is game over. The king has to leave, the king will support the pawn and promote here. So this will be resigned very soon. We don't see the players anymore. They're covered by all the spectators now.
Any theory, though, they'll know it.
And we see the resignation indeed. Good job by team Mateusz Bartel, who has won this game. It went all the way down to the pawn endgame. Very exciting game. And that means that team Shreyas Royal, and let's take a look. And team Haskell Jones won the previous game. No, we only have one team won all the games, guys. We have team Shreyas Royal, the only team who has won both games in the 2 rounds we have played so far. I'm just double checking real quick. Michael Adams lost. This was... A lot of the teams have won one match, but then drew another one. So Shreyas Royal, I believe, is leading the tournament. Yeah, a lot of draws have been made, funnily enough. Yeah. Absolutely amazing. So that is round 2, everyone. We have one more round to go. It's getting very exciting, but looking very good for Team Shreyas Royal. The young talent has seemingly great chemistry with his teammate, Andrew Smith. And we are expecting the games to start at the top of the hour, everyone. Let me quickly double check if this is the case. Yes, the games will start at the top of the hour, and that will be the very last round, everyone, of this amazing tournament. Hope you guys are having some fun so far with this event, the ProBiz Cup, a fun casual event where pro players, the grandmasters, are teaming up with the amateur players from the business world, but they are not that bad at all because they are more or less between 1800 and 2000 rated FIDE. So they're not bad at all, but it does give us very exciting games. And even when you put 2 very strong players next to each other to figure out what to do on one side of the board, you get very different results, guys. Let's say if you put one tactical player and one solid player next to each other, you get very messy games, right? So for that reason, I I think this format is making things really exciting. The players are taking timeouts as well, and that causes a lot of excitement as well. So without further ado, guys, we're going to take a short break. The players are having some rest now as the games start at the top of the hour, and we will be excited to see, can Team Shreyas Royale keep the lead in the tournament? Can they manage to maintain the 100% score, the only ones to have 100% score so far? We will figure it out after the break. We'll go on a short break and make sure to stick around as the action continues in the ProBiz Cup. See you in a short moment. We'll keep the camera on so you have a good overview of what is going on in the playing hall, especially as we have a break going on here. So see you in a short moment. Hello everyone and welcome back to the ProBiz Cup, a side event of the London Chess Classic, and this is a fun, casual team chess tournament which involves the pro players, the players that have played the past week in the London Chess Classic, as well as amateurs who are part of Team Biz. Well, they're not really a team because they're playing against each other, but the way that this format works is that this is team chess. So team chess works as follows. They have the pro player make the very first move, and then afterwards the next move will be done by the biz player, the amateur player, and they alternate moves like that. So the odd numbered moves are made by the pro player, and the even numbered moves are made by the amateurs. So it gives a lot of exciting moments for us. We've seen crazy situations happen, the eval bar swinging back and forth, a lot of excitement going on here, a lot of upsets, but most importantly, the players have a lot of fun in this fun and casual format. And all eyes are now on this matchup over here, Shreyas Royale, Team Shreyas Royale, I should say, together with Andrew Smith. They are leading the tournament with 100% score. So they're the only ones so far as I could tell, that have gotten 100% score, that have won both their games. And now we are already in the last round. It is round 3, and we will see, can Team Shreyas Royale manage to win their 3rd game and secure victory and win the trophy of the ProBiz Cup? Or will Gawain Jones, Team Gawain Jones, manage to take them down? Let's find out as Team Shreyas Royale is on the screen here with the black pieces. We see Malcolm Payne, organizer of the tournament, making his speech, pointing towards Shreyas Royale. And the games are about to start, everyone. I hope you guys are excited for this very last round. Let's see where the action will be, as we're mostly focusing on this one game here, but of course we'll try to look around as much as possible. The time control is 20 minutes with 5 seconds increment every single move. So that gives us a lot of fun games in time scrambles. Let's take a look. The first moves are on the board, and we see a closed Sicilian. Hey, Mikhail, hello. Let me check something. Actually, I forgot to double check this. What happens if there's a tie break? In the event of a tie, after 3 rounds, a blitz game between the amateurs will determine the winner of the competition. If the playoff game is a draw, then the GMs and amateurs from opposing teams will play each other, and the first to checkmate wins. So let's see if that will actually be the case. Let's see if that is actually the case. All right. So, close Sicilian on this board, they're taking it easy, knight c6 on the board, and bishop b5. This sort of gives Rossolimo vibes, but this is slightly different, as knight to f3 has not been played yet. And wait, knight f3 now. So, allowing the bishop to be captured, very, not very commonly, I would say, but it is interesting that white allows his bishop to be captured. An amateur blitz would be so fun. I agree. I would love to see it. I would love to see it indeed. So let's take a look. The players are taking it easy at the start of this game. How do the other boards look like? Let's jump to the game between Team Gukesh and Team Tamatabai. So this is also Sicilian defense, which was not started out as a Sicilian. This was started with c4, the English opening. But afterwards, it switched to Sicilian as e4 was played. d3, and now this is a classic close Sicilian. And here black has taken control of the d4 square, queen to d2 now. So white has the option to go long castle or short castle, or even stay with the king in the center. But most of the times we see short castle being played, despite the fact that white can launch an attack. Also, there's no bishop h6, which is commonly the idea in such positions, because you have bishop h6, you take on h6, and there's knight c2, forking the king and rook. So the rook will disappear, will be lost. So that's why you can't play bishop h6 just yet. You have to deal with this knight for now. And that's why you have to think of other moves. Maybe short castle, maybe h4 could also be a good start of an attack. Let's move on to other games, as a lot of games have already made quite some progress. We see here, oh, do we see the Evans Gambit? Right there. The Evans Gambit played by Team Michael Adams. Spicing it up in the early stages of the game. E takes e4 and queen b3. If you don't know what to do with or against playing the Evans Gambit, it can go south really quickly. So really good opening choice by the white team, who is now attacking the pawn on f7. And how do you defend this? If you play queen e7, you attack the pawn on e4, but white will simply play short castle, and white is not worried at all over here, especially because after queen takes e4, you lose the queen. So that is not a good idea. And if you do something else, such as d takes c4, you allow the knight to develop to c3. So you don't want to do that right here. Hey, Mickey Deckett, hello. So the rules are as follows. This is team chess. Each makes one move and they alternate one by one. So also on top of that, everyone, for those who are just tuning in and have no idea what they're looking at, in this format, the players have 2 timeouts available per game. So each team is allowed 2 timeouts. That's why you see some of the players leaving the playing hall, and then you see the other team discussing what is going on in the game, what do we have to do, and essentially you have 1 minute time to discuss with your teammate what to do. What are the next moves? You can also talk about anything else, but essentially you are going to talk about the game and decide on what to do in the next few moves. So really fun to see the dynamic, the team spirit between the players, and the players have 1 minute time to discuss anything they want. They can't move the pieces though, because that would ruin the DGT board, right? But they do have the opportunity to talk about the position, analyze it as much as they can in 1 minute. And they only have 2 opportunities to do so in the whole game. So you have to decide, do you take a timeout early? Do you take a timeout at a later stage? But what if the game ends before you were able to even take timeouts? You have to decide when to take those timeouts. So since we have the strong players paired up with quote-unquote amateurs, they're on 1800, 2000 level. It's probably in the pro players' interest to request a timeout at important moments specifically. So since this is a fun, casual event, everyone, we don't have a delay going on. These games are happening live as we speak. So let's take a look. What just happened here? Knight to h6, a very commonly move, well, not played, but considered, as it defends the pawn on f7. And it's difficult to see where this knight would be better placed, right? Because if you play knight to e7, it seems to be dangerous for this queen on an f6, bishop comes to g5, queen g6, doesn't really feel comfortable for that queen over here. So that's probably why knight h6 was played instead, to make sure that the pawn is somewhat defended. But this is apparently not a good move, inviting c takes d4, and the queen and knight are now both together, placed in an odd way. The queen is still fine here, but for how long is the question. Hey, Harsalan, welcome. Is taking the knight immediately good? Yeah, that's a very good question, right? Because it's very tempting to take this knight off the board. But apparently after g takes h6, this is perfectly fine for black. Black hasn't castled yet. So rook g8 comes to mind. Queen takes f3 would be a big threat because the pawn would be pinned. And black would actually be the one attacking here. So this king is for now safe over here. Can think of playing a long castle at some point, as the pieces of black are defending the king very well over there. So this is probably why bishop takes h6 has not been played. Instead, c takes d4. As knight takes d4 does not seem to be possible. Queen takes d4, and this way you allow bishop b2. You don't even take on h6. You play the move bishop b2 to point towards that pawn on g7, and a lot of threats arise in the position. So bishop b6 played, reinforcing the threat on taking that pawn on d4. And now it is white's turn to make a move here. How does white proceed? White needs to start developing the pieces because we need more pieces in the attack. It is not enough. The knight has to get to d5 and make more and more progress. White seems to be doing great, and this started with the Evans Gambit. And the Evans Gambit is quite tricky. It's not supposed to be a very good opening for white, as are almost all the gambits. They are not the greatest to play if your opponent knows how to deal with them. And here it's actually a really good strategy to use such gambits in such a team chess format, as one of the players or the opponents will certainly not know what to do against it. So that can give good results. So let's take a look at the other games. In the game between Team Hodgson and Team Hans Niemann, we see the English opening, and it has also turned into a reverse Sicilian. Oftentimes in English opening, we see very similar structures if we were to flip the sides, where this structure resembles this reverse Sicilian essentially. It is a sound gambit, of course, but if black knows what to do, they can have a slightly better position. There's a reason that top players don't really play this often, right? So it is one of the most sound gambits, but at the same time, it's I don't think it's equal, but I could be wrong. But it may just be a very slight advantage if black knows exactly what to do. A big surprise factor, exactly. So c5 on the board now. White is taking lots of space. So f5 on the board, attacking the knight, of course, because now the knight has to go to d6. Doesn't have any squares left, actually. And after knight d6, bishop takes d6. C takes d6. That pawn... Once again, another pawn pushed so far into the opponent's position. Really funny to see. We've seen this many times so far. And this pawn becomes a huge weakness. It has indeed been played. It's now on the board. And now this pawn becomes a problem. Yeah, exactly, Milan. It doesn't give any chance. If your opponent knows what to do in that gambit, the attack dies down really quickly, and really difficult to play for advantage there, yeah. Yeah. F4 is on the board. And this enables moves such as knight e4, right? So knight e4 indeed on the board. Making sure that the knight can go there as soon as possible, because that pawn needs protection. But how do you continue protecting this pawn if there's knight takes e4 in the air? Not so easy to see here, because queen c5 seems to be momentarily defending that pawn. But after queen c5, knight takes e4, bishop takes, and rook e6, the pawn will fall for sure. You do have the opportunity to take that pawn on f4 here, as a pawn on d4 has also become quite weak. So after e takes f4, queen takes d4, and now rook takes d4 will be a trade. So that could be an idea to try and play for here. But b4 now on the board. This may be a little bit too slow, as that pawn on d6 will be captured anyway. Hello, Mercantile, this is indeed a team event. Yes. So let's take a look at some of the other games. We have not taken a look yet at the game between Team Bartel and Team Vitiyugov. So we have in this opening, it started with D4, but it looks, this structure is very familiar to me. I believe I played this once as well, and it was some preparation. I don't remember what the name is of this opening, but essentially Black is attacking this pawn on C4, so White needs to try and defend this. Oftentimes, White is not really caring so much about this pawn because they have an attack going on in the center or the king side, but here, with the bishop on A3 feeling quite misplaced, it makes sense for the bishop to go back to F1, the other one, to defend that pawn. And now E5 on the board. Will White go for the en passant move? Probably not, because after en passant, you don't have much left of the center. So E5 will probably not be captured, but after E5, F5 may follow, and we will see a Black side attack. So this is looking pretty promising for Black over here, as the White pieces are super passive. I think that is the right description to call those pieces. So let's take a look. We have some action happening in this game between Team Gukash and Team Tabatabai, as the knight is on G6 and those pawns on the king side are looking terrifying. So this pawn is heading to F4, right? And what does White have on the king side? So how did this actually happen? H4 was indeed played, G4, takes on G4 and H5. So going full aggressive mode over here on the king side. And the good part is for White is that they can always go long castle. They can always avoid all the threats on the king side. For now, White has to keep an eye on that pawn move to F4. For now, it's not possible, but as soon as E5 will be played, F4 comes to mind and it starts rolling down over here on the king side. But after E5, luckily for White, there's E takes F5, and they already played it. E takes F5 on the board, making sure that this pawn is not moving forward. So after E takes F5, the square D5 would come available for the White pieces. So instead, Knight takes F5, which is apparently a big miss, as this allows White to control the center much better. The bishop has opened up now. The bishop can go to E4, put some more pressure on this diagonal. The knight can jump to E4 even. Knight can go to G5 after that. And things look very unpleasant here for Black. Knight takes E3 on the board. The pawn has to take back. Queen takes is also possible, but not my favorite move because this pawn will be very sad, left behind on F2, unable to move forward just yet. So I would rather take with the pawn over here. But queen takes on the board. Queen takes does not make such a big difference because, of course, the tension is on that Black king. White wants to play bishop E4. Stack the rooks on the H file and somehow infiltrate into Black's position. This is practically looking very good for White, but let's see how the players handle this position. In the meantime, in the game of the Evans Gambit, White played the move E5. Too much in a rush, as after Queen G6, the queen is escaping. The queen is now safe on H5. Difficult to do anything against that queen. And in the meantime, the pawn on D4 is still hanging. So now White may need to protect that with the move bishop to B2. Bishop to E3 also possible. Maybe you can simply leave that pawn behind and focus on activating the knight, but I'm expecting White to protect that pawn as that is the most logical move in this position. So looking good here for Black. They managed to survive that very tough position, and now this knight will come back to action with the move knight to F5, and is looking unclear for White all of a sudden. Let's go back to the game between Team Shreya Zariel and Team Gawain Jones. What is going on here? Mistakes have been made. F4 and now Rook E8, allowing the move F5. It was important to stop the move F5 over here. B takes a4 was a possibility as well, but hard to see how to proceed after that. But here f5 looking very disturbing, as after the move knight to e5, bishop f4, and white is able to develop the pieces pretty easily. So here e takes f5 is on the board, and now white is more than happy to take back with the knight, right? You want to keep that pawn on e4, making sure to cut that bishop and make that bishop look rather silly on the b7 square. So knight takes f5 would make a lot of sense to put some pressure on that bishop, especially that pawn on g7. I can see some sacrifices happen with bishop h6, queen d2, and then checkmate on g7 in the ideal world for white. The format is team chess, 20 minutes and 5 seconds increment every single move. And this is the last round, everyone. In case of a tie for first place, we will have a playoff match between the amateurs. So this is team chess pro players paired up together with so-called biz players. They are also called amateurs, but they're rated between 1800 and 2000, so not bad at all. But in this format, teamwork is what matters most, and they're only able to discuss what to do during timeouts. Timeouts can be requested by the players only twice in the game, 2 timeouts for each team. And in this timeout of 1 minute each, you can discuss anything you want about the game. Any analysis can be done, of course, without any sort of engine consultation. It is between the players to talk about the game and make up the right plans. Doesn't this way of team playing give white advantage, since pro player from white gets to punish biz player from black's mistake first? You would say so. You would say so, but we have seen dozens of mistakes by the pro players in this tournament. They have not been able to punish the mistakes that well as you may expect them to, as the games are quite competitive. The games are pretty competitive. Blunders are not very obvious in this format, as blunders have not been made in terms of losing pieces on the spot. The games have been very competitive, so surprisingly enough, indeed, the pro players have made a lot of mistakes as well, unable to punish the opponent's positions. So now the knight is on f5, very well placed, really difficult to get rid of. You can try with knight e7, of course, but you will try as much as you can to keep that knight alive. So knight may retreat to g3, maybe queen g4 will be played. I really like white's position here. After knight e7, maybe they also want to consider playing bishop b4, but that seems to be too much, as b takes a4 is possible. Not very pleasant situation, of course. And now we see another mistake, queen to c5, stopping the move bishop to b4. So that was a very good bait by Gawain Jones. And now Shreya Zarel actually made the mistake of playing queen to c5. Can white punish this? Not easy to see how to punish this. It simply depends on trying to improve the position. The move that comes to mind, one of the candidate moves, is rook f1, eyeing on that bishop, preparing to play knight h6. And since the f7 pawn is such a huge weakness, black's position will fall apart there. So can white find the move rook f1? Not an easy move to make. Wow, played by Colm O'Shea. Played by Gawain Jones's teammate. Rook f1 on the board. And this is looking difficult for black now. What is black going to do here? Very nice find by the white player. Very nice find. Let's take a look at some of the other games. Whoa, in the meantime, the pawns have pushed all the way to the 5th rank of white in this Evans Gambit game. Bishop b2 and short castle was a bit premature as it allows d5, knight e7, and now the pawns are covering all the squares over here. They are controlling the whole center, and there's not much space left for the black pieces. This bishop is stuck on c8, cannot develop to b7 whatsoever. Doesn't have time to play d6, as white may want to consider playing d6 instead. And that will shut down this whole queen side altogether. Will white decide to play d6? Nope. Knight bd2 on the board, and this does allow black to play the move d6. d6 opening up that bishop would potentially give some counter chances here. And here we see timeout being requested by Team Shreya Zorial. A lot of timeouts have already been requested, so that is very good to see. d6 on the board, and now it is Team Michael Adams' turn. What to do? Knight e4, activating the knight, very good. What is going on in this game? Some action is happening in this game. White is completely dominating this game, but hard to see how they can actually turn that into an advantage, as black is up a pawn, right? So this is a huge weakness, but that is the pawn they're up. So it feels like at any point white can win that pawn. But you may actually want to keep it over there because it blocks. Oh, I would not want to take there so early on. That pretty much forces things, and you want to use that pawn as a sort of shield, right? So that you can start attacking with rook b7 and somehow involve the rooks on the 7th rank. That would make the position for black really uncomfortable. But instead, bishop takes c6 was played. Apparently, we missed a brilliant move, guys. B takes c6 was a brilliant move because after bishop takes f1, this pawn will turn into a monster. With the help of the bishop and the rook, this pawn will be promoted at one point in the long run. So here king takes f1, and this is really good for white. But b takes c6, rook c1 was played instead. And here the pawn was captured. Not the best move by the pro player, as that bishop is for the time being pinned. So you don't even have to take. You don't have to take. You can just move the king because bishop takes d5 is the threat, right? Because the rook is attacking the queen over here. But if king h8, you do not have bishop takes d7 because that drops material. Rook takes c5, rook takes queen, rook takes c1 check. The king will move, and you can simply capture the rook, and it will be rook versus bishop, which should be winning for black over here. So now it is black's turn. What do you do here? You cannot take... Well, you can take the bishop off the board, but preferably king h8 to complicate things further. So the games are super tense, and it's not looking good for Shreya Zorial and his teammate Andrew Smith. Rook f1 on the board, bishop e5 played. The position is collapsing. They did request a timeout here, so they decided to play bishop e5. After all, probably hoping for a mistake. Some counterplay needs to be found here, but the queen is getting really uncomfortably close here. The bishop may get involved on h6. And of course, they realize that knight h6 is a huge threat, so they want to avoid this at any cost, which is why they moved the bishop to e5. But the computer is definitely very upset about this. What is next? What will they do if the queen moves? Well, the queen moved to f3 instead, which is taking things a bit easier. Queen h5 would have been much better because then the rook would maneuver to h3. But instead, queen f3 taking a slower approach, pointing towards that pawn on f7. But this gives black the opportunity to strike in the center, play d5, and try to open things up here. Not so clear if black is happy with this, as e takes e5 simply loses the pawn, right? But this pawn is not going anywhere. You'll be able to capture that pawn with the move rook d8, for example. But there's no rush because for now, the pawn is pinned. As soon as the queen leaves the diagonal, this pawn can be captured. So black needs to start trading off that knight off the board because that is such a big attacker. So for example, knight to e7. This way you will still be able to survive this game one way or the other. And with trades, you will be able to start equalizing things. The players are all sitting behind their boards now. No timeouts in the current state of the games. Looking very tense. The players are taking this very seriously. And of course, arbiters have to keep track who has already made 2 timeouts. And you cannot have more than 2 timeouts per game, right? And since this is the final round, this round is most important. Who is going to take home the cup, the ProBiz Cup, which has been a tradition in the London Chess Classic. The London Chess Classic has been happening for a long time. This year's edition was a 13th edition. And after a long break due to the pandemic, the tournament was finally back. And this is the final tournament right after the London Chess Classic, the ProBiz Cup. And we saw that the organizers shared a picture with Magnus Carlsen, who has also participated many times in the London Chess Classic, has won it 4 times. And there was a picture shown where Shreya Zorial was there as a young little boy right next to Magnus Carlsen. And I believe they may have been paired in another edition of the ProBiz Cup. So super exciting to see that young talent Shreya Zorial has grown up so much. And look how strong he has gotten. His 2nd Grandmaster norm achieved in the tournament. And now here, defeating the field in the ProBiz Cup. But for now, he is in trouble in game 3 of this tournament. So, d5 indeed on the board. The pawn has been captured. Now, what can black do here? Not easy to figure out a good move here with black. A tough position here for team Shreya Zorial. TM sidekick. The game of Gukesh is going absolutely crazy, everyone. We have to take a look what is going on here. It seemed to be very promising for white with bishop e4, rook to g1, but now black is making only moves over here. Knight takes d6. What is going on? This pawn has been captured. It is even material now. The rook is under attack. What do? Do you trade the queens? Do you move the rook? But if you just move the rook, the pawn on c5 will drop, so you have to trade. The good side for black here is that they are up on the clock. It's 10 minutes against 6. So that is looking good for black. But what else is there here? Not so clear to see because this bishop, this monster of a bishop is defending that pawn on d3, making it difficult to take that pawn on d3. So queen takes e3 seems like the logical move here. Queen takes f2 can also be considered actually, but it seems to become an issue as black has such a weak king position. What would happen after queen takes f2? Let's try to figure it out because it's not so clear, right? Queen takes a3 has been played. We need to figure out what would have been the case after queen takes f2 because I'm guessing that the queen will just try to retreat, but then it enables knight f3, so that cannot be it either. I'm guessing that the king position is simply too weak. You cannot afford to take that pawn. And apparently, it turns out that queen g5 is a massive threat, threatening checkmate, which is pretty difficult to spot, right? And after bishop d7, you can simply take that rook off the board. If, let's say, rook f6, you lose that knight on e5. And instead, if bishop f6, Queen g8 check, and you will take that rook off the board. Any other moves possible? Well, if queen f6, funnily enough, you have the move knight takes f7 as the knight defends that queen. So that's why queen takes e3 is a much better move. Rook f2 now on the board, and this is very similar to what we've seen just now, but without the queens on the board. And with the pawn on e3, white can simply play the move knight to f4. And not sure how black can proceed here. The pieces are extremely passive. The bishop will retreat to e4 possibly. And this bishop on c8 looks rather sad. Let's take a look at another game, guys. We see a pawn on e6, but look at those knights. What is going on in this game? Knight to g3, now captured on g3. The knight has to leave now. Do you take the bishop on d3, yes or no? Difficult to see. Wait, and the game has ended. What happened? A draw has been agreed. Wait a second, we have to see this. The game between Team Hodgson and Team Hans Niemann has ended in a draw, as it seems to have been simply repeated moves. And they thought, yeah, let's make a draw happen, as both teams have made the right moves. King h8 was a really good move. And after this sequence of moves, there was simply not much left. So, draw agreed in this game. And we move on to the next one. We see that in this match between Team Ali Mortazavi and Team Luke McShane, a mistake has just happened. Queen h4 was played attacking the rook, as well as a pawn on h3. Rook e2, and now this is a crushing attack on the king side. Knight is coming on g3, and with black being up a pawn, not easy how white can handle this. And also the crushing attack on the king side, not looking easy for white to defend. What is going on? Something happened in the game of Team Gukash against Team Tabatabai. Something happened. Let's take a quick look at that game. This is what happened. Knight went back and rook f3. So this rook is attacking the pawn on e3. What can white try to do here? There's a pawn hanging on c5, but after taking on c5, rook takes e3 seems like a lot of trades occur, and this bishop will be able to develop soon. But white plays a strong move, rook to h5. What is the idea behind this move? Well, simply said, rook takes e5, because let's say rook takes e3 happens, you can take on e5, bishop takes e5, and knight g6 check, checking the king, attacking the bishop. The king cannot defend the bishop because those squares are covered by the king. So the next move will be knight takes e5, and white will enjoy a position with having two pieces for the rook, and also this king being in the middle of nowhere, completely lost and abandoned by the other pieces, seems to be deadly for black. So what does black do now? This is a huge threat and very difficult to defend against. Another timeout has been taken. What does Team Tabatabai do now? You're looking in big trouble. What has happened in the game between Team Shreyasriel and Team Gwen Jones? It seems to have been the case that Team Shreyasriel has made a comeback here. Rook to d8 was played, but after rook f2, which was simply way too slow, enabling bishop takes e5, and now black is fully back in the game. Not looking like white, or black, I mean, has winning chances here, but already huge achievement to come back from that position, as here instead of rook f2, it was important to attack that rook over here, pose some threats to the enemy position, and that rook would have been in an awkward spot. Thanks guys. We have to try to keep it exciting, guys. Of course, it's a very exciting format, but moves are happening at a fast pace. The players have only 4, 5, 6 minutes left on the clock, and a lot of action happening here as well in the game between Team Mateusz Bertel and Team Nikita Vidyugov. What has happened here? Queen is on a6, but what is it doing there? It feels like the queen is completely offside, does not belong there. The queen needs to retreat, but White is now in trouble, in slight trouble. The engine seems to be still happy about both positions, but I would be slightly concerned about this king on g1, as the rook seems to be heading towards sacrificing on f4, and then another rook would be involved on the h-file. Bishop takes d6. Huge mistake by the players with the white pieces. And this was actually played by Mateusz Bertel. He completely missed rook f6. What is going on? Because what happens after the move e5? After e5, which seems to be defending the position, right? There's rook takes e5 simply, and this pin is devastating. e5, and you don't even have to take. Rook h6 is simply devastating. Queen is going to h2, rook to f7, and this king is running out of squares. What has happened in this game? Has a timeout been called? Has a timeout been called in the game at the front? Seems to be the case. The 1 minute timer is going on. I'm proven wrong. Yeah, it's crazy, right? How the pro players also managed to make such big mistakes, and they called a timeout because they are in huge trouble. But what can they possibly do to defend here? What can they possibly do as they are in a losing position? What does Mateusz Bertel have in mind here? He is showing some lines. He seems to be confident. I'm curious what he has in mind. I see a lot of pointers being made. They seem to be happy with the situation. They don't seem too concerned. And that makes me feel very concerned. Oh gosh. This is going to get very exciting, as I'm really curious to see what the players come up with here, because they are in huge trouble. And since they have no access to the computer, they have no idea, right? So I'm curious what Mateusz has in mind here. This is a very crucial point to call the timeout, but it may not be of any help here, as White is already in trouble. It's difficult to fix this. The 1 minute seems to be over. The players are asked to return now. Let's see what they will make. What they will play here. A lot of the teams have decided to take a timeout at this moment. e5 on the board here. What will Black decide to do here? Rook h6. Very quickly played. And this is a crushing kingside attack. What can White possibly do to defend this? Not so clear. The king is going on a run probably. But how do you manage to survive this? Too many pieces are going to be hanging. Too many pieces. Not looking good for White here. Let's take a quick look at the game between Team Gawain Jones and Team Shreyas Royale. Team Shreyas Royale made a huge comeback in this game. They are now in an even position. Whoa! Bishop to f4. What a move, move, guys. What an insane move played by Shreyas Royale. As after pawn takes f4, rook takes f5, the pawn on f4 becomes a weakness. Will the teammate of Gawain Jones manage to figure out what to do here? Because this is quite a tricky move, right? I wonder what happens after knight takes g7, because you give up the piece in order to take the piece on f4 and win a pawn, right? But rook f1, and I'm guessing that Shreyas feels confident about winning this pawn back. What happens after bishop d6 is the question now, because this bishop is covering that pawn now, right? Doesn't seem to be of much help here. For black, I mean, if rook d8, bishop c7, rook d7. If rook d7, there's no bishop e5. But for now, seems still to be fine for white, which is really crazy. Bishop d2, rather. That's a very good point, actually. Very good point. Bishop d2, very passive. Black can start attacking that pawn on c2, but it seems to be good enough to hold on to that pawn and maintain the advantage. So I really like it. The timeout has been called, and actually a very good moment, because this is a critical moment to call the timeout to discuss the opportunities that they have here. Is 96 an option? That would unfortunately drop the piece, right? That would drop the piece right away, as the bishop is still covering that. But otherwise, it would have been a nice move to play. You forgot about the bishop. Makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. Let's take a look at the other games, guys. Here, the pawn went all the way to e7 in this match, the Evans Gambit game. We are just calling this the Evans Gambit game because we remember that the queen side of black is very bad and not involved in the game at all. But here we see the e7 pawn not doing much anymore over here. White is trying to complicate things with knight to g5, but after moves such as rook f3, the bishop can easily develop. The king goes back, king goes up to g6, I mean. And now black can start picking up that pawn with moves such as bishop c5 and d5. The bishop can easily develop to f5 or g4. I would rather develop it to g4 actually, because bishop f5 enables knight h5, h4 to happen. I believe the best response is bishop a5, but I would not know how to play after that. Knight e5 check on the board. Hold on, bishop d7 was not the right move, as knight e5 check allows d takes e5, rook takes d7. The rook comes in on the 7th rank, and this is looking positionally horrendous for black, who has the rook stuck on the e5 on the 8th rank. The e-file will be taken over by white with rook takes e5. Not looking good for black at all. Very strong move played by Michael Adams, and now rook takes d7. This is looking good for white, practically speaking. And we see a lot of moves made on board 1 over here. Let's take a quick look what happened. Indeed, the move knight takes g7, the brilliant move has been played, and now rook f5. So what will white decide to do here? What will white do here as the pawn on f4 is under attack? Rook to d7. Very creative, but is that enough? So it makes a lot of sense to try to go for this pawn on d4, right? Because once that pawn is off the board, you suddenly have a passed pawn with white and a huge advantage on the queen side. But knight takes f4, coming in here with a threat, knight h3. Not looking so good for white. Very unpleasant threat. So the king would have to move to f1. Not an easy position to play with with white. Just checking around real quick what is happening on the other boards. We see a bishop on d6 here. White going absolutely all in here. Oh, I remember this game. I thought we missed the move bishop d6, but it looks very unnatural with the move e6 now. So white going all in here, as after knight takes d6, there's queen takes d6 possible, stopping the rook temporarily from going to f7. And after queen h2, you can start to run for your life as the queen is protecting g3. I wonder what the continuation is here for black. So after queen h2, the king runs to f2, rook f6 check, the bishop will drop. And that seems to be game over. But let's see if Mateusz Bertel has something in mind here, as they seem to be confident going into this line, but I'm not sure what they discussed, right? So let's see now. They're down to 1 minute on the clock. Also very unpleasant. Also very unpleasant, of course. So let's take a look what is going to happen next. 5 minutes for team Nikita Vitiugov. Can they figure it out? Queen h2. The winning idea. That should definitely be the one move they were spending time on. Well, I guess it can be concerning that you have to somewhat try to defend this rook, right? Indeed, rook f6 on the board. This rook on e7 is still hanging, but the white is unable to capture this rook. And maybe Mateusz is relying on that rook. Being able to capture it might change things a lot here. What happens after the move king to e3? So this seems to be around forced checkmate territory, as after, if you take here, let's say queen takes e7, rook f3 is a forced checkmate. Just simply insane sequence of moves here. And this is checkmate. I mean, this is simply ridiculous, right? The king has to run. And this may be game over soon. White is unable to defend here. You'd have to sacrifice the queen, but that is simply the same as resigning the game. So you want to try, have your opponent prove how to win here. So king e3, offering black to finish off the game in style. But queen takes g2 needs to be played here. And that may not be so easy for the player with the black pieces, Yuri Bedny, as it is his turn now and not Nikita Vitiugov's turn. Will he find this checkmate pattern? A very tricky one, we have to note. Queen takes g2 actually on the board, guys. This game is heading to a finish very soon. What a game played by Team Nikita Vitiugov. Absolutely incredible. And we see the game between Team Amin Tabatabai and Team Gukesh to have finished as well. They agreed to a draw, everyone. We will go to that game very shortly. We just want to catch the final moments of this game as well, as queen takes e7 is on the board and black needs to find the forced checkmate sequence. Can they find the forced checkmate sequence? With rook f3, or I mean queen f2 first, and then you follow the king around. There's many ways to checkmate here. Queen takes g3 on the board. The king goes up. Queen f4 is checkmate. If king goes down, rook f2, queen takes c3, an easy checkmate. This is completely over. You can see the face expression of Mateusz Bertel. He doesn't really see what they can do about the position any further. And that is game over. There we go. Resignation on the board. Good win by Team Nikita Vitiugov. Insanely played the last couple of moves. Very accurate and really amazing to see. This match ended in a draw. Let's take a quick look how this happened. White was completely winning here, guys. White was completely winning in this endgame, but rook e1 was a huge mistake, allowing black to come back here. And it was really important to keep that bishop stuck on f8 and involving the rook somehow. Rook h5 attacking that pawn on c5. Not very easy to find, but rook e5 is of course blundering bishop g7. So rook e5 is a move you want to play, but you can't just yet. But rook e1 allowed a huge comeback, as now the bishop is under attack, and also bishop d2 check in the air. So rook takes e4 had to be played, and the players decided on a draw here. So insane sequence of events in this game as well. This was completely winning for white, but not easy to play here. So let's go back to the game between Team Gawain Jones and Team Shreya Zorial. Team Shreya Zorial had a good comeback, but seems to have gone south here, as rook a8 was a mistake. Apparently black had to play the move knight to d5, dropping that knight on e3, but not easy to find at all, especially given the time pressure. And now we see this rook endgame with two pair of rooks, and not looking easy for black to hold this. Black is down a pawn here. White has so many pawns on the queen side, but at the same time black has this passed pawn. Can they manage to hold the draw? Not looking easy. Let's move around on the boards. The game between Team Michael Addis and Team Jules Moussa is looking like this. White is up two pawns that can move forward really quickly, especially the f pawn. And rook takes a4 was a huge mistake by Natasha Reagan, as this pawn is simply on a red carpet over here. Nothing can go wrong here anymore. King f3, making sure that the pawns are supported, because king g4, and after taking that pawn, it is lights out. The action, the eyes are, I believe, on the pawn endgame of... Oh my goodness. What is going on? Oh, a huge mistake was made in this game, everybody. Team Ali Mortazavi was completely losing in this endgame, but now king d6. The king is moving towards that pawn on b7, and black is not in time to promote. They lost an important move. They had to start pushing the pawns forward. Wait a second, it's all of a sudden losing again. Let's pull up the table base, because fortunately we have table base available for us. The engine can go back and forth, but this is a draw. This is a draw, as the players promote around the same time. G takes h3, if c6, h2, c7. This comes with check, but remember, a c pawn on c7 is drawn if the king is near the corner, because there's no way for that king to capture that pawn without stalemating. The king will go back and forth and simply not allow this king to get any closer. So this is a huge missed opportunity for Team Luke McShane, who was completely winning, and Team Ali Mortazavi defended so well in this game. And this should be a draw here. What a crazy sequence of moves just now. Are we on for a time break? Possibly. Possibly. But this is a draw. Let's take a look at the board one game. We see this endgame. What is going on? So white is trying to get that pawn advantage going on the queen side, advancing the pawns forward. B takes c4, D takes c4. The pawns are running fast together. They're holding hands over here, and nothing that black can do to stop them. The pawns on the king side are simply not enough. This pawn on f7 is not going anywhere, and this seems to be game over for black. And that will be a huge upset for the team that was winning all the games so far. But in the third round, they seem to be going down. Let's take a look at the conversion in this game. before we take a look at the conversion in this game, we quickly tune in into the game between Team Michael Adams and Team Jules Moussard, and this is resignable. The queen is on the board, and I'm expecting resignation very soon here as this is over. And you can see that Jules is still trying, but they may have flagged already. And there we go. Team Michael Adams has won this game. That was a very interesting Evans Gambit. Crazy to see how that developed. And here we are going back to the game with that c7 pawn. And Black is simply unable to capture this as queen takes c7 is indeed stalemate. And this is how the game has been decided. It's ending in a draw. And we move on to this game over here. The final game going on here. The one which decides who will win the tournament. We will need to take a closer look to the standings, everybody, to see who will be leading the tournament after this game, as Team Gawain Jones seems to be winning this game. And if they win this game, I believe we will have a tiebreak between Gawain Jones, Team Gawain Jones, and Team Nikita Vitiugov. So we may be in here for another match. B7 on the board. The pawns are moving fast, but the king can zigzag around to support that pawn. And with the rook stopping the f pawn, it is over. Rook b4, clinical conversion. Clinical conversion. And this is game over, guys. The pawn is way too far away to promote. And this will be resigned soon. Resignation. We can see the hands being shaked. The handshake. And this means that we have two teams leading the tournament. And that means tiebreak time, everyone. Tiebreak. And if we pull up the tiebreak rules one more time, everybody, just going to take a quick look at that. Let's take a look. I'm going to have to check this real quick. In the event of a tie, after 3 rounds, a blitz game between the amateurs will determine the winner of the competition. If the playoff game is a draw, then the GM and amateurs from opposing teams will play each other, and the first to checkmate wins. So let's take a look. We're waiting for confirmation. We're waiting for confirmation as all the games have ended now. Let's double check how the standings are, because I'm using the one on chess.com, but they're using a different point system. So let's take a quick look how the scoring has been of Gawain Jones and Nikita Vitiugov's teams. So Gawain Jones has won 1, 2. So they will have 4 points, right? Wait. 1. So wait, 2, 4. 5. They have 5 points. So Nikita Vitiugov has 2, 4. Wait. The standings on chess.com are completely wrong, guys. They're completely wrong. They're fooling us. What is going on? What is going on? We will have to do this manually, guys. There is not going to be a playoff. The chess.com standings have fooled me, thinking that there is a tie, but there's not going to be a playoff, everyone. It seems to have been decided in the final game that Team Gawain Jones is officially the winner of the ProBiz Cup. We have confirmation over here on chess results. The standings are accurate, at least, thankfully. And we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams with 4 points. But Team Gawain Jones is standing above all of those teams with 5 points. They haven't lost a single match. They only drew the first one. And they had a fantastic finish. So, funnily enough, Gawain Jones was not one of the participants of this London Chess Classic, but he did manage to win together with his teammate Colm O'Shea. So, congratulations to Team Gawain Jones and Colm O'Shea. Fantastic performance, amazing conversion in that final game, and that ends this tournament, everyone. Super exciting to have been part of this journey, everybody. We see the players still analyzing the game. It's really amazing to see how passionate the players are, even after having finished the London Chess Classic. So passionate and so nice to see that. And the players are simply chatting now. And it was a blast to follow this tournament along. Let's take a look. I believe we will also have the cup being given out very shortly, as the winners have been decided. There we go. We're just going to take a look now at the prize giving ceremony. So I think we can just leave it to the screen where we have it in full size so that you guys can see it a little bit better. But I'll be right here with you guys to watch along. So let's take a look at the prize giving. As long as the camera is up, we can have that on the screen. So let's take a look. Oh, this is the wrong screen, guys. This is the wrong screen. There we go. There we go. In the middle, we see Malcolm Payne. I can't see who he's talking to. Looks like Gawain Jones. I think that is Gawain Jones. Sarah Robertson and Tom Randall, they're friends of Gawain. It's so amazing to see everyone unite on this day after the London Chess Classic has finished. Because now all the pressure is over. The players can all relax and have a good time. So that is amazing to see. The players are still actively analyzing the game. It's so amazing to see. The prize giving will probably happen in this playing hall. And we see a trophy. We see a trophy over here. Ooh! I'm being told, everybody, that it turns out that there is a birthday of one of the players. Could it be? One of the players, guys, is celebrating the birthday. And I would like to give you the opportunity to guess whose birthday it is.
So the announcement then is that the winner,
Let's take a look.
with 2.5 out of 3, or would we call it 5 out of 6? Would we a new money? Or no,
I hope you can hear it.
7 out of 9. Yeah. is, 7 out of 9 in new money. Would be Colm O'Shea, who was partnered with Gwen Jones. No, we're gonna have to choreograph this again because he's actually disappeared. The other thing is that when Gwen walks back in, can you start singing Happy Birthday? Because this is special. Okay, so yeah. In the meantime, I will tell you myself. There we go, the winner! Yay!
Where's Gawain?
One more. Okay, I got that. Thank you.
Right, let's wait for Gwen to come because it's his birthday. Yeah.
They're looking for Gawain. He has disappeared. There he is. Oh!
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Gwen. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday! Happy birthday to the winner of the ProBiz Cup, Gawain Jones, everyone.
Great. Well, we've got the room till 9 o'clock, so you very welcome to stay.
Standing together. Yes.
Otherwise, I will see a lot of you tomorrow at the Savoy.
Very nice, thank you.
There's a little cake over there, by the way. It is also Vishy's birthday today, absolutely. What a coincidence. All right, everyone, we have officially finished this amazing tournament. What a blast it has been, everyone. What a week of events, and what a way to finish this tournament in style, as the birthday, the person that has a birthday going on today is one of the winners of the tournament today. What an amazing birthday for Gawain Jones. And that happy birthday was so amazing. But with that being said, everybody, we are officially closing the London Chess Classic. No more side events happening after today, at least not on the broadcast. But I would like to thank everyone watching from home, everyone watching on Twitch or YouTube or wherever you're watching from, maybe on Chess24, chess.com, any of the platforms available out there. Maybe from the London Chess Classic website, also possible. Thanks so much for watching, and thanks for all the support, everyone. It was a blast commentating on this event. Today was amazing. The rest of the week, we had such excitement going on, and it's so sad to say goodbye, but the time has come that the tournament is over, and we're looking forward to next year's edition. We hope to see the London Chess Classic back the way that we know it, with the top players participating and spectators allowed and everything else whatnot, the way that it was years back that we had Magnus Carlsen also competing, and he has even won 4 times this tournament. So thanks so much for all the support, everyone. I really appreciate hanging out with you guys this whole week. It's been a blast commentating on this event, covering it, and being the face of this broadcast. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. We're saying goodbye from both London and the Netherlands over here, but we hope to be back soon. Well, I will be back soon on my channels, I guess, but we hope to be back next year with the 14th edition of the London Chess Classic. But for now, we're closing the 13th edition of the London Chess Classic. Thanks for watching, everybody. Take care and see you next time in maybe another tournament. Take care, everyone. Thanks so much. Thank you. Let me find the end screen. This one without a typo, right? This time without the typo. Take care, everyone. And also, before I leave, thank you so much to Chess in Schools and Communities for organizing this amazing event. Not just the London Chess Classic, but also all the size event around it, the ProBiz Cup, and everything else around it is organized by Chess in Schools and Communities. So make sure to hit Ask Them CSC in the chat for more information about this amazing charity. Bye to the stream, and thank you so much to everyone involved for making this tournament possible. Behind the scenes, thanks to Malcolm Payne, the organizer of the tournament. And we're now going to say goodbye, guys. Take care, everyone. See you in the next broadcast. Bye!